set crew just cruising through, holding those other crews at bay to take out that all-important third spot. And across to St Luke's on the far side, St Aidan's and Somerville. So Jenison, St Pat's and Somerset College through to the final. Okay, as we said, pretty quick day here. They're keeping the umpires on their toes, 5 minutes apart. So we've got the other race, heat number 3, heading through the 1,000-metre mark there now. So 8 crews in this one. Genesis, Draper and Nash. Just check, we don't have any scratchings. Oh, sounds good. Okay, over in lane 3, Somerville, Howard and Brett in 4. Brisbane Girls Grammar, Nolan and Davies in 5. 6 Cathedral Schools, Burgers and Pang. Lane 7, Lewis Hill, Staley and Dammers. Lane 8, from St Pat's in Townsville, Strickland and Schroeder, and All Hallows, Waldy and Martin in 9, and Davis and Corba from Emmaus in lane 10. Wow, good spread of schools in this one, all the way from Townsville down here to Pine Rivers, Brisbane, Emmaus in Rocky. So a great spread of schools, and a big well done to the North Queensland crews coming all the way down here to the south with that late change in the venue, moving from Rocky. Again, it's the Genesis crew looking really strong, with the All Hallows crew with Clearwater over the rest of the field. And the Lewis Hill crew there as well in our 1, 2, 3 positions, as they come through into the red boys there now. So the St Pat's crew just sitting on the heels of the All Hallows crew there. Just kicking it along there, trying to get that third spot, but the All Hallows ladies have kicked that rate there now. They'll hold down that third spot. It'll be Genesis across the line in first place. Lewis Hill in second, and All Hallows across in that all-important third spot. But well done to the St Pat's girls, challenged all the way there, right to the line. Don't forget, if you are over on the competitors' headland, we've got the crew from Ants in Boona. They've got the brekkies on the go over there, as well as lots of tasty snacks to take away. And they certainly do a good coffee over there as well. So either headland is well catered for, so jump in early and grab a quick snack, or grab a big breakfast, whichever way you want to go from there. Okay, next race, moving to the 1,500 metre mark. This is the schoolboy Year 10 quad sculls. We saw yesterday as the boats got bigger, the racing got tighter. So these quad races are always the race. Super quick, second fastest boats on the water behind the eights, these ones. And things can certainly move quickly in these events, so they need to be on their game all the way. Heading straight to final, so just the 2 races, so it'll be top 5. Will be there. First race, we have got 7 lanes. Brisbane Grammar in lane 4. Southport School in lane 5, 2nd Brisbane Grammar Crew in lane number 6, Church in 7, Trinity Lutheran in 8, Emmaus in 9, and the Cathedral School in 10. Coxswain's doing a reasonable job there of keeping them straight as they come into the start. Even if you're here on the headland, it is certainly worthwhile joining the live stream on your phone. The pictures are amazing and you get to see more than the last 250 metres of the race. So just jump onto that Rowing Manager website, qld.rowingmanager.com. Head to the South Queensland or to the Queensland Schools Championships, and then the links to the live stream is there. The pictures, if you don't have them, are amazing. And g'day to everybody at home or at work or wherever you are joining into the live stream. I think we had a few people in the States yesterday watching as well. So obviously a few talent scouts keen to see what's going on in one of the biggest regattas in the country, and definitely one of the best schools regattas in Australia, that's for sure. Absolutely crystal clear day. You can see all the way down to the 2K start from the umpire's tent here. So can't ask for any better now that fog has cleared. We had a few burns going on around the area in the last week. Some controlled, some uncontrolled, which had a little bit of a smoke haze over the course here earlier in the week. But certainly that has cleared off now as well into what is an absolutely stunning day. Our resident pelicans there, if you're on the live stream. We are the big breeding area. If you head off down to the upper reaches of the dam, it's about 20 kilometres down to the end. You will come across a real pelican and swan breeding habitat down there. They do look at you quite weirdly when you head off down there at a rowing boat going, what are you doing down here? But I reckon these are the lazy pelicans. If I was a pelican, I reckon Lady Air would be the go at the moment. Don't get too often to fly out there, so I'd be heading out there. But anyway, we have the Wyaralong pelicans hanging around here at the moment. They usually do a fly over about now. We'll usually see they'll come down to this end of the lake, but maybe with everybody here, they'll stay down the other end from there. Looks like we are well and truly underway here in race number 80, Heat 1 of the Championship Schoolboys Year 10 Quad Sculls over the 1,500 metres. So Year 10 Schoolboys are still a little bit crazy, not as crazy as the Year 8s. They will race the whole way. There is never a soft stroke in these in a lot of these schoolboy crews. They love racing. And we're seeing a great race here now. So 250 metres down and not much in it, maybe 2 lengths across the whole field. So there's 7 boats in this one, so you just do not want to come last or second last. So the Brisbane Grammar and the Southport crews on the far side, and the Cathedral School crew on the lane 10 side, lane 10 closest to us here, have their nose in front. The Emmaus and the Brisbane Grammar number 3 crew. Probably just at the stern there now of the other crews. They will not go through, so they'll need to get a wiggle on here as they head through with 750 metres to go halfway. This is where the lungs start to blow up, the legs start to hurt, where the coxswains ask for a little bit more from their rowers. They They need to remember that if you're standing on the headland, you can hear them. So you need to be careful what you say as you head past there. So that's the leading Brisbane Grammar crew over there in lane 4 on the screen now. Looking nice and strong. That nice place before they push. And you can see those lat muscles engaging, meaning they're hanging off the front. They're not grabbing with their arms. They're picking the boat up. As the Southport crew, the Cathedral crew is doing the same there as well. So Brisbane Grammar 1, Southport, Churchy, Trinity and Cathedral holding the top 5 at the moment as they head towards the Red Boys. Rates are still reasonably controlled, which is good to see. They've obviously been well briefed by their coaches to not go too crazy. The Brisbane Grammar crew on screen again looking great, hitting the Red Boys with clear water over the rest of the field. They've dropped that rate right down now. They'll just cruise through in these perfect conditions. But again, looking for the second Brisbane Grammar crew and the Emmaus crew to push through to have a crack in those top 5 spots. The SS crew really has switched off over on the far side there now. Rating about 18 or so. But yeah, that Grammar crew looking really strong to the line there. Bit of a call from the crowd to see if that second Grammar crew can catch the Churchy crew with about 20 strokes to go. They might run out of water though, I'd say. So it'll be the Grammar number 1 across in first. TSS really turned off now, but they know they only need to be top 5. Trinity across in second, Cathedral in third, TSS in fourth, and Churchy in 5th. That's the 5 that will go through to the final. Took a little bit out of them there. They're looking a little bit pooped on the line. That's good. They don't want to have it too easy, those guys. So good to see they get the heart rate up for the first one of the day. Nice conditions. And across the line, they're now the Emmaus College crew with a bow-coxed quad. Don't see many of those at the school level. Well, that's where the little person sits up the front of the boat. I believe they are a bit quicker, but a bit hard to coach the crew if you can't see the crew from there. So good to see a few of those. Okay, Heat 2 tapping into the start here now. 7 boats again in this one. Cathedral in lane 4, Trinity in 5, Churchy in 6, Townsville in 7, Genesis in 8, Brisbane Grammar in 9, and St Luke's in lane 10. Top 5 through again, so don't want to be last or second last. So my co-commentator Chris Holliday coaching that TSS crew there. He's got them looking pretty sharp. So we'll see how they go when they actually put the hammer down at final time. They cruise through that one pretty easy. Okay, we've got to start in Heat 2 now from the 1500 metres with the Championship Schoolboys Year 10 Quad Sculls. And they have come out like a bullet a gate, all of them. The red boat of Genesis there poking its nose in front, and across to the Trinity crew sitting hot on their stern, as is the Brisbane Grammar crew. So they're the top three as they head through the first 250, with the other crews all still in for those important next two spots. We'll see how they go as they settle down. They'll probably go hard for 500, back it off a little bit there, take a measure and see whether they need to have another push. But certainly keeping the rate up, that's for sure, as they head through into the 1,000 metre mark there now. So these two crews out in front rating about 32, 33, so not up too much, just ticking it along there now as they start to settle into those positions. So Trinity maybe with their nose just in front of the Genesis crew there. Then back to Churchy Townsville Grammar. Brisbane Grammar over here, then back to the Townsville Grammar and the Churchy crew, with St Luke's and the Cathedral School just on the stern. A couple of Bowercox boats, there you go. As I said, there wasn't many here. All of a sudden, they're all over the course. So Cox is sitting up the front there. So they're certainly not backing off these three out in front. They obviously want the good lane for the Savo. Maybe the wind might be going to kick up. It's always handy to have lane preference, although it's a very fair course, this one. We were discussing at the jury meeting this morning of all the umpires that even though the conditions were pretty rough yesterday, they were rough for everybody, so they were fair. But those three crews are well and truly cruising out in front. They're now the Trinity, Genesis and the Brisbane Grammar crew. The Brisbane Grammar crew there in the Dickie Somerville boat. The legendary coxswain from Grammar. Still can fit in the coxswain seat, which is very good for most masters. So good to see Richard Somerville being still recognised by the school, still hanging around rowing, as most of us do as we get a little bit older from there. But there's the Trinity Lutheran crew well and truly out in front there now, keeping that rate, kicking along, then back to the Grammar crew and then to the Genesis crew. Clear water over the rest of the field. The Churchy Townsville Grammar crew holding down those important 4th and 5th spots into the final. Wow, the Trinity guys aren't backing off at all. They're going to push it all the way through to the line. I guess good blowout. See what you can do, get everything sorted out for the race. You don't want to have to all of a sudden lift higher than you did in the heat in the final. So they thought they'll give it a spin all the way through. Brisbane Grammar too, kicking it along nicely there. So Trinity across in first, Brisbane Grammar across in second. The Genesis crew just backing it down there now, cruising through across in third. That cool looking black boat of the Townsville Grammar crew across in fourth, and Churchy across the line in fifth place. They'll be our top 5 through to the final. Don't forget the results all are live. qld.rowingmanager.com. You can keep up to date with any changes in the draws, any scratchings, and all of the results and the times are pretty much up a minute or so after the race. Okay. Semi-final time now, so we will see some full fields here up to the 1,000 metre start. So the Year 9 double sculls, so being semis, it'll be top 5 go through to the final, everyone else eliminated. If you're watching on the live screen, you can see them just starting to bring it in now. Hopefully it'll be a little bit easy to steer today for these smaller boats. That nasty cross breeze certainly challenged a few crews in these coxless boats yesterday, but perfect conditions here today. Okie dokes, semi-final 1 of the Year 9 schoolgirl double sculls. Tapping in over in lane 1 is the crew from Shillong, Brisbane State High in lane 2, Cathedral lane 3, Rocky Grammar in 4. Those All Hallows crews in the middle of the field that we saw so dominant yesterday. Rowan and White in lane 5, and Sexton and Kavavic in lane number 6. State Highs, Ravenel and Cook in lane 7. Somerville in 8, Lewards Hill in 9, and Girls Grammar in lane number 10. We saw those All Hallows crews dominate those heats yesterday, so this will be a bit of a bragging's right one in the shed. The crews generally are seeded from the fastest crews in the middle of the field out to the slower crews in the outer lanes. So when they go, you should see a nice sort of V-shaped form if they are rowing to form from the heats yesterday. But as you saw, sometimes people back it off in the heats to just qualify, and then they will certainly pick it up into the semis. You generally don't see them dawdle around in the semis, though. They'll want to get a good lane for the final, so they will want to win the semis, that's for sure. Okay, we've pulled up, so I'm not sure if we've had a collision. Oh no, sorry, they were just lining up 250 metres back. I thought that was the start line, so they're just tapping it up now. So rowers, especially in these small boats, really important. You're looking left and right and coming into the start in a nice line. There's nothing worse than arriving at the start with one crew that's back behind everybody else, having to back it down or hold a check while we're there. So these crews just in the starters' hands now. That's a better looking line. Okie dokes. As mentioned previously, this 1,000 metres is probably the challenging start of the course. It does have that long reach that goes down to the overflow winery at the far end of the course. So if you do have a bit of a westerly, it blows straight up that reach and can make it a challenging little point to start the races at the 1,000 metre mark. But pretty good conditions today, and these crews doing a good job of just tapping it in. 10 lanes across. It is one of the biggest courses in the world, so it can be a little bit hard to hear over on the far side there. Okay, after a long hold on the start line there, we're finally away in this first semi-final of the day. A shout out to 1300 medics you can see over there in the safety boat. I know it's probably a different gig to what they normally have for sporting events. They'll actually be out in a boat, but they do amazing job supporting our regattas out here. Have done so since the course opened many moons ago. So we've been out here and offer a great service to keeping everybody safe on the water. But a good race here now. Those All Hallows crews that we thought would dominate this one certainly aren't doing that. The State High crew has kicked out with a length over the field as they come through the first 250, but anybody's race after them. So that's the Knox and Howe crew from State High, doing the best through that first 250 or so, and anyone's race after that. Great to see 10 lanes wide. I think it's just a lot more, I don't know if inclusive is the right word, but a lot more people get to go into the finals if you're racing a 10-lane course versus a 6-lane course or something like that. So we're very fortunate to have this big course out here at the dam. But the other crews are starting to push up on that fast starting State High crew there now. As expected, those All Hallows crews are starting to come into contention as they head through the first 500 metres. The second Brisbane State High crew in it as well. Doing a really good job on the steering in these small boats. A lot of these schoolgirls will have only done a lot of their time in the quads. So yeah, they are coxed. So the last couple of weeks or the last week or so after the head of the river, they would have had an opportunity to jump in these boats and learn how to steer a little bit better. Obviously the regional schools spend a bit more time in the smaller boats and get to understand the steering. They are a little bit tricky. Generally in a double you won't have a rudder. You'll be just using the oars to change the pressure. In a pair they'll just generally pop a rudder into one of those from there. But wow, things have certainly tightened up here now. These crews screaming back onto that State High crew over there. So the two State High crews, the All Hallows crew and the Somerville crew, all in contention as they head into the Red Boys. So top 5 through to the final, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them all fighting out for those spots. This will be a good one. This is what's good about semi-final time. There is certainly no slacking off. So the State High crew, they're leading from start to finish by looking at the All Hallows crew just cruising through into second. They're now back to the State High crew. Rocky Grammar on the far side. Somerville holding down 4th spot, but a fast finishing Lewards Hill crew as well here. So it'll be State High, All Hallows, Somerville. Oh, I think the Lewards crew might have got that State High crew that led the whole race right on the line. So there you go. We'll see what the judges call on that one. That was a great finish. A lot of crews all hitting the line there together. So we'll wait to get the official result on who got that all-important 5th spot in that one. Okay, semi-final number 2 underway. Again, a full 10 lanes in this one. St Pat's Townsville over in 1, Stuart Home in 2, Rocky Grammar in 3, St Margaret's in 4, Hallows in 5, Cathedral in 6, St Pat's second crew in lane 7, All Hallows second crew in 8, Trinity in 9 and Somerville in lane 10. So pretty tight here again. that's the Cathedral and the All Hallows crews, just with their nose out in front across to the Trinity, and the second All Hallows crew closer to us here. So they're the top four, but we're 1, 2, 3, 4 boats basically with a canvas between each other as they head through looking for that all-important 5th spot. So Cathedral School Clearwater over the rest of the field, looking nice and strong as they come in with 2:50 to go. Then back to the All Hallows crews of Georgia McLeod, sitting in 2nd spot, across to the second All Hallows crew of Hawkins and Martin, holding down 3rd. Trinity hot on their heels though. Okay, umpires, eyes up on this one again. I think this is going to be really tight for that all-important 5th spot here as well. Okay, that All Hallows crew is pushing up onto the Cathedral crew as they head towards the line. It's not going to matter, they'll go straight through. Just don't get too close to each other, girls. Last thing we want to do is have a clash of oars and go and slow ourselves down there. The second All Hallows crew, though, sitting comfortably in 3rd place. The St Margaret's crew in the middle there, and the crew on the far side from St Pat's Townsville. So 1, 2, All Hallows, St Pat's, Trinity or St Margaret's. Oh, I think the Trinity crew might have just got them on the line. We'll come back to you with that one. Results have gone official in semi-final 1. It was the State High crew over in lane 2, led pretty much from start to finish there. Okay, lane number 7, State High crew in 2nd place. 3rd place was the All Hallows number 3 crew. 4th place was the Somerville number 1 crew. And 5th place was the Lewards Hill crew over here close to us. So that was the results of that semi-final number 1. And we'll wait for the results from semi-final number 2. Okay, Year 8 schoolboy single sculls. Again, heading off from the 1,000 metre now. This is a semi, so full 10 lanes with this one. And they have a start and have gone through the first 250. And it is less than 2 lengths across the whole field. This is going to be a great race, this one. We have over in lane 1, Bush from Trinity, Zozel from Somerset in 2, Zebku from Somerset in lane 3, Dexema from Somerset in lane 4. Wow, battle for the Somerset shed there over on that side. Burrows from Trinity in 5, Cathedrals, Dapanar in 6, Cathedrals, Richardson in 7, Cathedrals, Davey in 8, Trinity Luther and Silvera in 9, and Chaloms Makepeace in 10. Wow, I've got a Cathedral Somerset battle and a couple of Trinity ones in there. Well, we've got 3 from each school, plus the Shalom rower in there too. So real battle for the Coca-Colas in this one, that's for sure. So the 2 Cathedral rowers there, Dippenar and Richardson doing the best of them as they come through with around 300 metres to go. Rest of the field very tight though. Some very Larry coloured skulls out here, which is good to see. Well, this is actually tightening up as they head with 250 metres to go. Again, top 5 through to the final. And while the top 2 have got clear water over, the rest of the field is definitely still in it as they head to the red. Boys are starting to get that that arrow shape, the V shape, as the seating starts to kick in now. But this is certainly tightening up as we head with 200 metres to go. 2 Cathedral school rowers out in front. And then back to the Somerset Trinity battle there. I think Toby Burrows for Trinity might just have his nose in front into that 3rd spot. And across to the Cathedral rower of Davey. And Somerset's Dirk Semmer. So it'll be Cathedral, Dippenar across in first, Richardson across in second. So Cathedral, 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 Trinity and Somerset on the far side there. They'll be your top 5. So great race there. First race of the semi in the schoolboys Year 8 single sculls. As you can see, the Hooters certainly busy today. Okay, results have also gone official on that second semi-final of the schoolgirl Year 9 double. It was Cathedral School in lane 6 across in first, All Hallows in lane 5 across in second, All Hallows in lane 8 across in third, St Pat's in Townsville in lane number 1 across in fourth, and the Trinity crew just pipping out the St Margaret's crew by less than a second to get that all-important 5th spot from their great race. And umpires doing an amazing job here getting these boats away less than 5 minutes or around 5 minutes between each of the races. We are running half an hour behind and we are bang on time for that half an hour. Rocky Grammar's Ollie Moore showing the field how it's done in this one. Well and truly out in front. Full 10 lanes here. We've got Holland from Cathedral in 1, Hobbs from Genesis in 2, Hammond from Ignatius in 3, Gaskell from St Stephen's in 4, Rocky Grammar Keys in lane 6, Ollie Moore in lane 6, from Rocky Grammar, Wailing Kane from Rocky Grammar in 7, Sabatov from Somerset in 8, Cathedral's Radmaker in 9, and Burke from Shalom in lane 10. But that lane 6 Rocky Grammar rower, Oliver Moore, still well and truly clear of the field. And a little bit, yeah, still plenty of them in it though, this one, as they head into 250 metres to go. Definitely not going to call it this far out, that's for sure. As we saw things change rapidly in the last couple of 100 metres in these ones. These small boats especially, you can get up and move them really quick. But definitely don't think anyone is going to catch Oliver Moore in this one. But the battle is for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th spot. You can see the Shalom rower there. Noel Burke really kicking it along. He's keen to make this final. So we've got first place well and truly done, probably 2nd, 3rd and 4th. The Genesis rower on the far side there. Somerset and the St Stephen's rower, they'll get 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But holy dooly, Noah was giving 100% there and he's decided to have a swim. Oh, I think that's meant that Ethan Radmaker from Cathedral will probably sneak into that all-important 5th spot. Noah was giving well and truly more than 120% there as he hit those red buoys. So he was gaining on the field. So just taking a bit of a breather there, he was giving well and truly more than 100%. So yeah, I'd be having a breather too, buddy, before you worry about jumping back in. So the trick with these ones, get that oar out like you can see he's doing there now. Grab your oars and up you go from there. A lot easier when you're a little schoolboy than an old masters rower. Generally pop in pretty easy. So both the rescue boat and the umpire there just keeping an eye on him as he goes. Gets that all sorted out. Racing will hold under rescue protocols here at the moment, so everything does stop. So while the rescue is happening out here, at the same time down in Sydney and Monterey Beach in Botany Bay, we've got the Australian Coastal Rowing Beach Sprint Championships going at the moment. Queensland is doing pretty well down there. Lizzie Newell took out the solo and the double with Phoebe Robinson. Phoebe obviously back from Texas after having a stint over there in the US. Jumped in the double and they took out both that from there. Lizzie in the Aussie team heading over to the World Champs. She'll be rowing the solo. I think Phoebe's in the quad as well. A couple of the Rockhampton Grammar rowers, the Rocky Fitzroy rowers out of Emu Park Surf Club there as well. They took out some of the underage medals. I think we got a gold in the under-23s and a couple of bronzes in the under-21s as well. So the Queensland ladies doing a really good job down there at the Coastal Rowing Championships. We are hoping to do a Queensland Coastal Rowing Regatta later on in the year, just finding a venue for that at the moment. We do have the Coastal Academy occurring most weekends or every second weekend out of Cleveland on the beautiful Moreton Bay area. So if your kids if you're listening, if you're keen to jump into coastal, even adults, you want to be jumping and they have masters events in the coastal rowing. Obviously the new event for the Olympics in LA with the lightweight rowers dropping out of the Olympic format now, moving to the beach sprints. So definitely will be in 2032 here in we'll say Queensland, maybe up in Rocky. And if that's the case, then you want to have a look at some of these rowers we'll probably see at this event here, maybe representing the country in that coastal rowing discipline. It's a heap of fun. Basically, run down the beach, jump in the boat, zigzag out through some buoys to 250 metres, do a U-turn, sprint back into the beach, jump out, and run up the beach and tap the stopper, the hooter, and a lot of fun from there. So yeah, a bit more than the 2K slog out here. It's a 250, so yeah, it could be a little bit shorter, a little bit stockier, and still do really well there. The Aussie guys have done very well at World Champs in the past, and the Queenslanders are very dominant in the Australian coastal rowing senior team as well as the junior team. Okay, just waiting for that rescue still to clear way down at the 2K start for the next race, which is the championship schoolgirls single scull. If you're looking at the live stream there, some beautiful shots of the scenic rim area here as we look out to the west over Mount Maroon, and then Muggera Dam and the areas out there as well. Obviously down around just locally here, we've got the Overflow Winery at the other end of the course, and then lots more out as you head to the west, the beautiful little country town of Boona that's really held its country flavour. Some amazing little restaurants and B&Bs in town, and also I reckon one of the best pubs in the Dugandan hotel there if you do want to call in and have a feed. If you are a cricket player, the Dugandan does have a cricket club. It is very social. I have played a couple of games for the Dugandan Cricket Club, so if you do want to go and have a hit, certainly see them. And then down towards the end of the course is probably what has been one of the real success stories of this dam development, and that's the Queensland Moto Park. So at the time of building the dam, there was a lot of issues with motorbikes into the forest and stuff like that from there. So the government built a specific moto park out there. It's got enduro as well as motocross, and it is super busy every weekend out there. And the courses and everything are absolutely amazing, the tracks out there. So if you are a dirt bike person, it is certainly worthwhile throwing the bike in and heading out to the moto park. One of the real success stories of this dam development, as is this amazing 10-lane rowing course we have here as well. Okie dokes. Course is clear, racing back underway. Now in the championship schoolgirls single scull heat. So we have got 3 heats, so top 3 through to the final. 9 lanes. Wow, okay, this is going to be a tough gig. So they will be on from the very start here. St. Peter's Yarski in lane 2, Rocky Grammar's Simmons in lane 3, Rocky Grammar's McAllister in 4, Kenmore State High's Sophie Richardson in 4, State High Jasipovic in lane 6, Bundy North State High School Wake in 10, Lewis Hill Becker in lane 7, Lewis Hill Becker in lane 8, St. Luke's Shapiro in lane 9, and Varsity Richards in lane number 10. Okay, just confirming that last semi-final there that was pretty tight. It was Oliver Moore from Rocky Grammar in first place. Somerset's Sabitov in second place. St. Stephen's Gaskell in third. Genesis Christian Hobbs in fourth. And Cathedral Schools Rademacher in lane 5, taking out that all-important 5th spot and through into the final. Okay, looks like our top 3 might have sorted themselves out already. 750 metres or so into this heat. So Kenmore State High and Bundy North. Lewis Hill, Bundy North and Brisbane State High out in front there. And then a good battle. So these are heats, these aren't semi-finals, so there is no seeding in these ones, so we won't see that usual V shape happen with these. Anyone can win it from any lane in these heats. But the Lewis Hill, Bundy North and Brisbane State High rowers are doing the best of them. Wow, I think these conditions are actually getting better as the morning continues. It is dead flat out there now, and just a beautiful temperature. Now in 2 weekends' time, we hope to see some of these school rowers heading very far west for the Outback Regatta on the King's Birthday weekend, the Thursday and Friday in Barcaldine. Yes, there is rowing in Barcaldine, believe it or not. They have a ski lake there, and the Outback Rowing Association is running a Bush Kids camp for all those country kids that want to get into rowing, or all those country kids that are rowing at a boarding school that want to sharpen their skills as well. So if you do live out in that part of the world and you would like to jump on board, just jump onto the Outback Rowing website, outbackrowing.com, and there's still spots available in our Bush Kids camp on the Thursday and Friday out there. We have some amazing coaches coming out there. The Gerber sisters, who are Rocky rowers, are both coming out from there. So both have rowed at that international level. I think Harriet Hudson's coming up as well, the former Olympian, should be up there too. Rowers from New South Wales, South Australia, Annabelle Eaton's coming up from there. Gary Merritt, long-term Queensland coach, selector. So it is an amazing opportunity for these bush kids to get in the boat and have a go from there as well. So if you are out that way, out west, and are keen to have a bit of a row before coming back to school, or a learn to row even, then have a look at the Outback Rowing website. That Bush Kids Camp, supported by the Port of Brisbane. They've given some money to that, as have Morton Co. out west, to make these programs happen for the country kids. We spoke yesterday about the Bush Towns program, which is getting the adults onto the water, and the focus for obviously next year really will be for the Outback Rowing is to get it happening at the school level. So hoping that next year's Queensland School Championship Regatta, you will see some kids from towns like Cunnamulla, St George, Chinchilla, representing their schools here at the school regatta. But good racing still going on here now. Those crews just out in front, just starting to back off the pressure as they head with 300 metres to go. Top 5 through. That distinctive purple skull with the indigenous paintwork on the front of them, the Lewards boats. They do look amazing on a nice, shiny, sunny day like today. So the Lewards, Bundy, North and Brisbane State High rower well and truly out in front, just backing it off there now, cruising through into the red boys. Then right across to the far side there, the St Peters rower and the Rocky Grammar number 3 Simmons holding down the 5th spot there to get through to the final. But we'll see what happens as they head into the red boys. Challenging coming from over here in lane 10, the varsity rower, Sienna Richards. She's keen to challenge into that 5th spot there as well. Everyone having a look at what's going on here, just to making sure they are in the right spot. Nothing worse than when you think you're in 5th and you're actually in 6th. But Sienna Becker from Lewards Hill doing it easy as they head into the line. Sarah Wake from Bundy, again, cruising through into 2nd place. Saskia Jasipovic, in 3rd place there. Don't think the varsity rower is going to do enough to steal that 5th spot here. Yeah, it'll be the Rocky Grammar rower and the St Peters rower on the far side there, taking out 4th and 5th place into the final. Okay, next race is Heat 2 of the schoolgirls single scull, so all the way from the 2K. On the live stream there got the All Hallows girls and the Joe Rodriguez, the Pearl. I've seen Joe around the rowing ranks for a while. Obviously, I was the director of rowing at Brisbane Grammar School for a number of years and a former Australian representative back in the day. Few history lessons and names on boats as they still get around here at the school level. But I am liking these Larry-coloured skulls that we're seeing, especially with some of those cool artworks on the canvases, like the Lewards Hill boats. It is tricky though when one of the schools buys a former school's boat, so you've got a crew rowing in a green boat that did belong to a green school, but they're a different coloured school, so it makes it interesting when you're commentating. but certainly looks good on the water, that's for sure. Rightio, heat 2 underway, coming through 750 metres or so. 1, 2, 3, 4 out in front, so the battle is for the 5th spot. We've got Edgerton from Cathedral over in lane 2, Markovic from St Peter's in lane 3, Lee from Lewards Hill in lane 4, Walsh from St Margaret's in 5, Freeman from St Luke's in 6, Graham from Varsity in lane 8, Davis from Emmaus in lane 8, Varsity's lane 7, Britton from Brisbane State High in 9, and Brown from Rocky Grammar in lane 10. So it looks like lane 2, lane 4, lane 5 and lane 10. So Cathedral, Lewards, St Margaret's and Rocky Grammar doing the best. Coming past that 1,000, heading through with about 750 to go there now, but a good battle still for that 5th spot. So those top 3, the Cathedral, Lewards Hill and St Margaret's Row, are just backing it down there now. For some a little bit more of the hair work, girls. So during the day, let's see all the girls' crews do some bit more of those hairstyling, please. It's always a highlight of these regattas to see the ribbons and the braids and all that sort of work from there. I remember even at the Queensland state team level, a lot of the girls with the fingernails, but then also the matching hairdos, bit of free speed. There as you come down the course. Looks like we're settling into that top 5 there now. These 5 have broken away from the rest of the field. It is the Cathedral rower, the Trinity rower, the Lewards Hill, St Margaret's and Rocky Grammar now with clear water over the rest of the field. Sorry, I forgot this is only heats, not semis, so it is only the top 3 through. So they will need to get a wiggle on then. So the Rocky Grammar rower over this side, then the 3 on the far side. So we'll need 4 does not go into 3. So we will see how they go. Cruising along at the moment. Things will obviously heat up. Hopefully the people on the girls on the far side have realised there is one over this side that's definitely going to challenge. But the Cathedral rower there, Amy Edgerton, well and truly clear of the field, coming through with around 300 metres to go. Then back to Elodie Hill and Ella Walsh from St Margaret's. Then all the way over here. Actually, it might be Sarah Britton from State High who's holding down that 4th spot at the moment. My lane's mixed up, I'm sorry. Very, very different conditions from yesterday. These boats just running beautifully. So not much in it. We might see a bit of a ding-dong, see these rates start to kick up here as they head with 250 metres to go. Sarah Britton is in that spot that's going to miss out, so we'll see if she wants to challenge the St Margaret's rower there. I Those distinctive orange hats over in the middle of the course. Yep. Rate starting to kick up now, but may have left it a little bit too late. Only probably 150 metres to go, but it'll be the cathedral rower, Amy Edgerton, on the other side. He'll take this one out. And again, another one of those cool purple singles from the Lewis Hill School. Elodie Lee across in second. Ella Walsh from St Margaret's will hold off the Sarah Britton from Brisbane State High. So that's your top three heading through into the final. Okay, heat number 3, well and truly down the course, and it is the Ferny Grove rower of Hannah Johansson, who is smoking the field, well and truly.
Hannah Johansson was selected, is new to rowing and selected in the Youth 2032 program, and I think only commenced rowing 2 years ago.
Welcome back, Anthea. Stuck in there with the grab the microphone. So
surprise.
Yeah. So yeah, one of the youth of 32 rowers. We had another boatload of them out here on Friday. So their first ever go in a boat, and they all did really, really well. A real mix of sports there. We had basketballers, volleyballers, baseballers, all things like that from there, and really did get the taste of rowing. So yeah, not only rowing in the Youth of 32 program, there's lots of different ones. Boxing, all of them there are there. So certainly jump onto the, Google it, the QAS site and things. I think RACQ are sponsoring it now as well, and have an opportunity to try out, do one of these talent ID programs. You might find a sport for yourself that you weren't even aware you were good at.
Exactly. They even have, for the young ones, so I think under 13, they're looking for daredevils to take on the skateboarding, BMXing, etc. So there's some really great sports that will clearly be coming to Brisbane 32, and it'll be fantastic to watch some of these athletes that we're seeing today that are all potential Olympians. Yeah,
you can see why Hannah's there, those long levers. And certainly the perfect rowing makeup, that's for sure. But full 10 lanes in this one. We've got, as we said, Hannah from Ferny Grove over in 1, Olivia Grant from Brisbane State High in 2, Woods from St Peters in 3, Smythe from Good Samaritans Catholic in 4, Struthers from Emmaus in 5, Rabbit Hicks from Rocky in 6, McLaughlin from Somerset in 9, Hammond from St Patrick's in lane 8, Rakic from Lewis Hill in 9, and Campbell from St Margaret's in lane 10. Well, Hannah certainly cleared out here. She's not backing it off, we would call, and then back. But I think the race is going to be for 3rd place in this one. The spot at the moment, but a good ding-dong on either side of the field here from the State High rower and the St Pat's rower for that all-important 3rd spot. Maddie McLaughlin realising she needs to kick along. These two are coming, finishing very fast as well. So the Lewis Hill rower not out of it either, really kicking the rate up, heading towards the line. This is a good one. Maybe the State High rower in the blue boat on the far side. There's, as I say, this is challenging when we get different coloured boats out there. Yeah, I think the State High rower on the far side is going to do enough. Maybe.
Oh.
He's called it early.
You may have called it too early.
I may have called it too early. We'll have to wait for that one. That was a great finish from the St Pat's rower there, Aluka Hammond there to, I think she might have almost pitched it on the line. We'll have to wait to get those official results back from there. Back on the U for 32, Mac Rogers is another one, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, Mac Rogers, absolutely. And I recall Hannah came from netball. So she was a netballer before she was picked up to try rowing, and coached at the time by Gus, who's now down at Surfers Paradise. And she's been doing very well. She went to the Oceania Under-22 event earlier this year, as well as Nationals in March.
And Mac's Ellie Beach boy, I think, isn't he, from up there, Proserpine High?
Yeah, he was a gymnast and now studying down at Brisbane at UQ, and rowing very, very well. He's a great sculler, and expecting to see more of him over the coming years.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, you know, within you think of what these guys have done in 12 months, you know, how quickly they've come along as well. And I think, you know, the future of these programs is really going to rely on the clubs to pick up these athletes. I remember coaching a few kids up at Marucci River there at the early stages when the program was underway. We do need to give them a really good opportunity. Look for those opportunities of hosting some of these U for 32 kids, because they do come from, you know, all over the countryside there. That's the whole idea of the TID programming community, I guess, to deliver on that potential.
Correct. And yeah, we do really need to see our clubs picking up the youth, and as they're particularly coming out of Year 12, we're looking to engage and retain them in our sport. And with, you know, the Olympics in our backyard, it's really important that we have a strong contingent of Queenslanders.
What are now the Year 11 schoolboy quad sculls. These are very, very fast boats all the way from the 2K. 6 boats in this one. We've got Southport over in Lane 5, Churchie Lane 6, Brisbane Grammar 1 and 2 in 7 and 8, St Peters in 9, and BBC in Lane 10. It's those two middle Brisbane Grammar crews, though, that have got clear water over the rest of the field. Have noticed the Brisbane Grammar crews have been on the water recently, so some of these other schools probably haven't really started rowing yet, but over the past couple of weeks certainly have seen some of the Brisbane Grammar crews out on the water getting ready for this regatta.
And just shows that the Queensland season, well, isn't really a season, it's a year, isn't it?
It never stops up here.
Never stops.
Yeah, we are a crazy state. What is it, 70-something regattas I think we do in a year up here. So yeah, from Cairns to Murwillumbah. So yeah, it certainly is a lot of ground to cover for the RQ crew.
It is a lot of ground to cover, and we do try to get out to as many as possible. Obviously, it's southeast Queensland. We get to more regattas, but it is great to get into our regions and see those regattas at Bundaberg or Campton, up in Townsville, and show that as a state we all pull together, and it's about Queensland. It's not one region. So we really do welcome the opportunity to host regattas in our regions. Now back on the race. Well, that is a great lead, isn't it?
Yeah, those Brisbane Grammar crews have certainly shot out in front. Oh, that was a bit of a crab there in the second one, but they handled that really well. Now, Flynn, your lad's coming out to coach, isn't he, at the Bush Kids program? So you'll be making the trip out to Barcaldine and Longreach in a couple of weeks?
He will. Very much looking forward to it, along with, I think, another young lad from TSS. They'll be heading out to coach the junior kids out at Barcaldine, and I think it's a great experience, and to really, give back to the sport that's given so much.
Okay, so top 5 through in this one. So you basically just don't want to be last place.
And I think everyone realises that, because it's very tight there.
These grammar guys aren't slowing down. They're looking to kick it in towards the line. So obviously you want to blow the cobwebs out and do a bit of high rating stuff to make sure that if they do get challenged in the final, they know what to do there. But it'll be the two grammar crews across here, first and second. Good one here for third. I think it's going to be BBC across. St Peters just backed it off there a little bit. They've got that Churchie crew in their side. And TSS on the far side will be our top 5. Churchie will miss out on the final in this one. Wow, these conditions are actually getting better and better by the minute, I reckon.
What a beautiful day.
It is a cracker. Who'd live in Melbourne?
Who'd row in Melbourne? And after being in Adelaide for the Oceania, I tell you, it was absolutely freezing. And at least when it rains here, it's not icy cold. We can still survive. So,
well, next year it's up here. So there we go.
Next year, Oceania is up in Queensland. And I did hear someone from Victoria saying, you could have it in Queensland every year. We'd gladly come up there for winter.
Exactly. I remember when we had the Masters up here in 2016, I think it was, up at Kawana. Everybody wanted to come. Unfortunately, we had an East Coast. The joys of having an outdoor sport, I guess. Okay, looks like Heat 2's well and truly underway.
Powering through. So who's this, Murray, taking the lead very early?
So it looks like the Southport School. Let's get a little bit of a run from the drone. Yeah, I think it's the Southport School there with their nose out in front. So only 5 boats in this one, so it'll be top 4 going through to the final. So just, again, don't want to be last. So that looks like a white bow number. That's actually lane 7, is it? So it might be Brisbane Grammar again. Bit hard to see on the drone shot there. It's a little bit too bright, too sunny.
Bit too bright and sunny. It does help when they have the coloured caps. White caps make it very difficult for us to sometimes see who's who, but could be Grammar there.
I think it's the TSS boys. And in front with that blue stripe. Got a couple of Bowercocks boats here as well again. So after I said that we don't see many of those, we're seeing heaps of them here for a change of scenery. So there you go. So yeah, TSS looking good. Who have we got down the back there? It's the Townsville Grammar crew. So looking across the field, it's State High, Brisbane Grammar, Southport Cathedral School and Townsville Grammar. Townsville just dropping off the top of those first 4 crews. So they will miss out on the final if things continue like this. Enjoying some of the sunglass action going on here as the crews row past. So we were discussing about what's the go. Apparently the Pit Vipers, the free speed glasses this year. So
don't talk to me about sunglasses, Murray.
They're very expensive.
My son accidentally put his on the top of the car when he was leaving yesterday.
Excellent.
And I found them halfway down the road out smashed to smithereens.
Excellent,
so.
Excellent. And they would have been cheap as well.
They're a lovely pair. Who said rowing was a cheap sport?
Exactly. Don't worry about the boats, it's all the gear that go with it. And then, of course, every regatta you've got to buy the merch. So,
absolutely.
Yeah. So don't forget to see the regatta shop guys over there and get your merch.
Absolutely. I think my favourite this year is the rugby jersey. The maroon rugby jersey over there. It looks very nice, very on fashion at the moment as well. So I'm sure a lot of the girls will pick that one up.
TSS crew continuing their lead there. Now, I think this is going to be a good race in the final between those first Grammar crews we saw in the previous seat and then this TSS crew here as well. They've obviously been doing some work. Been watching some footage of the this Surfers Paradise Rowing Club crews down there in the mornings with Gus down there now, and water has been absolutely magic on the Gold Coast. So they've had some perfect conditions to get out and get into it as we change over from the BSRA into the GPS season. Obviously St Hilda's sharing the shed with the TSS boys down there, but certainly looking good as they cruise through with about 20 or so metres to go. We'll see. Then we're going to have a bit of a fight here for the second, third and fourth, or are they? Nah, they're just going to cruise through.
Yeah. So State High looking good coming up on the far side there. So definitely will be a fight for second place. State High look like they're giving it an extra shot to get through, to take that place.
Yeah, seen that State High program really grow in the last couple of years. You know, they were the easy beats at the in the boys, especially at the regattas, but wow, haven't they certainly turned that around.
So great work, boys. TSS clear on the first place there. Sorry, just stumbled. State High for second. Who was third, Murray?
Yeah, so doesn't matter. I wasn't really paying attention. So yeah, they'll be straight through from there.
Straight through to the finals.
The Townsville Grammar crew missing out on the final. Okay, back to semi-final time. Full 10 lanes. So these are great to see, and obviously, you know, these get closer and closer as you run through semis into the final there. Schoolgirls Year 10 double sculls from the 1500 metre mark. 8:30 is the regatta time. It is 9 o'clock. We are running bang on time. Don't forget, we're running half an hour late due to that fog this morning. So if you're looking at the printed work, it will say that. I'll have a look at what the electronic stuff says. Just checking the web. We're just playing with the tablet here, trying to get the timing stuff to work. I think my IT skills are the issue, not so much the computer and things here. But semi-final one now of the Year 10 schoolgirls double sculls, 8 and 9, and the second Linda's Farm School in lane number 10. Pretty tight coming through that first 500, but a couple lengths over the whole field. The Linda's Farm crew on the far side, I think, doing the best over the St. Pat's from Townsville, then the two Stewart home crews in the middle of the field there with those yellow oars. So they're our top four. Top five is the key for this one being a semi-final. So that all-important fifth spot is still open very much. It's still holding a Clearwater lead over the rest of the field. But it's the Trinity and then the All Hallows number 4 crew battling it out for that all-important fifth spot. And probably the Somerset crew on the far side there as well. Okay, just doing a few changes there to the results on Hannah's race there in the single scull. She was so far ahead that we pushed the button, but it didn't actually record on it. So that is just being fixed up online there now, if you're wondering what's happening with that one. But racing continuing here, still with those 4 crews out in front. Battle will be for the 5th spot. Water actually flattening off a little bit more now. The Lindisfarne there. Crew looking really strong, coming through with 250 or so metres to go. The St Pat's crew in that grey boat. We've seen do a few laps already this morning. And the Stewart Home crews in the middle of the field there. Good to see the matching hairdos there in the St Pat's crew. That's what we like to see, ladies. A few more braids, please. And ribbons, like the ribbons. Free speed with those ones. And then they are back to the Stewart Home rowers in the top 4. So we've got the Trinity crew on the far side. Spot. So yeah, Lindisfarne and the St Pat's crew doing it easy there, coming across the line. They'll take it out. Then the 2 Stewart Home crews, 3, 4. Battle is for 5th. I think the Trinity crew on the far side are going to hold off this fast finishing All Hallows crew to get that all important 5th spot. Great racing. Gee, look how well those boats are running over the finish line there now. Remember yesterday, the crews that stopped rowing and they'd be blown back over the top of the finish line from there. We had a couple, the umpires had to tell them to keep rowing. So absolutely reverse of yesterday's conditions out there now. Umpires doing us a great job here, keeping everything on time. Great to see the rowers all getting down there on time and ready to go. Obviously, if they start turning up late, it affects the whole regatta from there. So a big thank you to the coaches and the directors over there for getting the crews on the water on time and down to the start line. And a massive thank you to all of our volunteer officials down there. It is like herding cats sometimes in that marshal position down there, and it's great to see all the crews down there nice and early and ready to go. Right, semi-final 2, top 5. Wow, this is really close. Okay, Trinity in 1, Varsity in 2, Somerville in 3, those All Hallows crews. Middle of the field again in 4 and 5. Somerville in 6, Girls Grammar in 7, St Aidan's in 8, State High in 9, and Girls Grammar in lane number 10. So it's the 2 All Hallows crews and the Girls Grammar crew there now with their noses in front as they come through the halfway point of this race. Clear water over the rest of the field, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats need to squeeze into 2 spots. Don't think that is going to end well. We'll see how they go. This is the part of the race where the legs really start to hurt. The lungs start to complain. Your head goes, I want to stop. But you've got to keep going. This is where you win or lose these races. That middle third or the third quarter of a rowing race is where so much happens. Bit like the Aussie Rules Grand Final yesterday. How about those Lions, eh? Bad luck to all you Collingwood supporters out there, but great to see the Brisbane Lions into the Grand Final. The girls heading past the headland now, back towards the spectators. Back towards, the competitors' headland. Good to see some braids going on there now. Well done, girls. Race continuing on the course. That top three have pushed even more clear water over the field, but still a ding-dong battle for that 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th spot in this semi-final number 2 of the Year 10 Schoolgirl Double Sculls. Okay, 500 metres to go now. This is when the legs start to pick up, the lungs starting to come back. You think, hello, I can do this, I need to lift now. Those crews out in front just making it easy though. Cruising along, it's 2 races here. We've got the crews down the back really battling it out, and the ones out in front there with clear water and just able to cruise along. So the 2 all hellos at Girls Grammar Cruise, just doing it easy out in front, but very different ball game behind when you look at the Trinity and the Somerville Cruise there really kicking along, trying to pick up that last 2 spots into the final. They really are spread right across the field in this one for those last couple of spots. The 2 all hellos Cruise just cruising along beside each other there. Just taking that little bit of slower time around the back turn, letting the boat run. Obviously no northerly today, so you don't need to get those oars back in the water quickly. You can let it go. Girls Grammar Crew looking nice and strong over here, closest to us as well in those top 3. But it's the second Girls Grammar Crew here in lane 10 that are going to have a crack for that 4th and 5th spot with the Somerville and Trinity Cruise over there in the middle and the other side of the field. The St Aidan's Cruise just dropped off the back there now. But we've got 6 crews now. Just as I said that, the St Aidan's crew have decided to kick and have a real go at this one from there. So it'll be all hellos, Girls Grammar. Oh, what's happened to the Somerville crew on the far side there? They've obviously caught a crab and pulled up. It'll be Somerville and Girls Grammar across into those 4th and 5th spots there. So if you're watching or if you're logging in online looking at the results, you'll see we're just fixing up that race 88. There now, it's currently sitting as provisional. It'll be updated into official soon, and then the other ones will start to flow through from there. Okay, heading to the 1,000 metre mark now for the semi-finals. Race 83 scheduled for 8:45. Again, bang on time. Remember, half an hour delay due to the fog this morning. So if you're watching online, boys doing a good job here coming into the start. In the starters' hands. Okay, if you're watching online, you may wonder and go, why aren't they getting into a perfect line and stuff like that from there? A lot of the time, the starters will be saying to the particular crews, tap up, tap up, tap up. They don't, you wait for so long, and then you just start them anyway. So really important athletes that you're listening to the starter there. You're doing what the starter is asking you to do quickly. because obviously, you know, we've only got 5 minutes between each race. Sitting in the ready position, just tapping it up there now in lane 9. There you go. Don't get much straighter than that for a non-held start. So well done starters, well done rowers. Full 10 lanes on this one being a semi-final. Southport's Galley in lane 1. Brisbane Grammar's Carson in lane 2. Callie from Churchy. Wow, there you go. The boys are at school there now in lane 3. Frayson in from Varsity in 4. Baldwin from Townsville in 5. Sharp from Cathedral in 6. Becker from Robbie Grammar in 7. Fruin from Trinity Lutheran in 8. Cornell from Shillong in 9. And Riley from Varsity in lane 10. These Year 9 single sculls are generally hard and fast from the first stroke, as we are seeing here now. Lane 1, Southport's Drew Galley really kicking away from the line there to take a lead. These are semis, so these are seeded. You are expecting to probably see a V shape develop as they go down through. And we are seeing that across here, except for that exception to the rule. Drew Galley, who's going to have a crack over there in lane 1. So the field's starting to catch up to the brave Southport rower out there in front. Might as well have a crack, buddy. That's the way. So yeah, see how he goes. So he certainly put it all on the line. The fly and die approach, that one's called. We see a lot of them approach the erg testing with that strategy. Not a good strategy at all. So these coaches for these crews, I'm sure, would have given them a specific rate or a specific plan from there. But often when the racing kicks in, the plan gets chucked out the window, and it's just pull as hard as you can. So all the boys having a look, eyes in the boats, fellas, I suppose. It's hard to see. Yep, everyone's having a look. So in a scull, you need to trust it from there, and we are starting to see that V shape form now. So Rocky Grammar's Archie Becker out in front over Ben Sharp from the Cathedral School. Good race there for that 3rd, 4th and 5th spots. That's where you need to, it's only a semi, so it's going to be 3 semis. Wow, okay. So top 3, that's tough. Thank you, Bob. There's no rest for them here. So it is going to be top 3. So this is going to be on for young and old as they hit the red boys there now. Drew Galley over on the far side there. He's continued to have a crack. He took off fast and he's hoping to hold on as they come through into the red boys there now. With the Rocky Grammar and the Cathedral rower there, clear water over the rest of the field. Brave race from Drew Galley there. He took out hot. The field came back to him, but he certainly put it back on again there now. He's rated about 3 points higher than everybody on the way down the course. Oh, big crab. No, come on, buddy. Get it back. Oh, what a shame. He did it all the way. See if he can catch it before the line. I think the other rowers are going to catch him, unfortunately. It's going to be Rocky Grammar, Cathedral. And then I think it's the Shalombra on this side. Oh, brave race from Drew over there from the Southport School in lane 1. Bugger, mate. Without that catch, I reckon you would have, without that crab, you might have got through from there. So, but that is the nature of our cruel sport. So fantastic racing here in the Year 9 single sculls. Okay, expecting the the same in semi-final number 2 here. These are great races. This one again, a field spread from one side of the state to the other. Somerset's Cardone in 1, Somerset Lee in 2, Ignatius Whitney in 3, Cathedral School Richardson in, Ignatius in 4, Cathedral Richardson in 5, Brizzy Grammars Beltrame in lane number 6, Joel from Trinity in lane 7, Corinda State High Dugdale in 8, Southport's Hamish Coleman in lane 9, and Somerset's Who in lane number 10. Okay, if that last semi was anything to go off, this one should be a cracker as well. Great start in this second semi-final here. You can see the boys settling quickly into that nice length, none of them chopping it short, all staying nice and long and strong from there. Very nice technique from these year 9 boys. Obviously starting to hurt a little bit there now. How one of your energy systems lasts about that 20-30 seconds, and I reckon that's kicked over now into the next one. You can see some of those strokes getting a little bit dirty. Obviously the lungs start to scream after about that first 20 strokes or so from there. But yeah, less than, what have we got? Maybe 2 lengths across the whole field there through that first 250. Again, super tight, 3 semis, so only 3 getting through. So tough gig, this one. Ignatius Cathedral. Brisbane Grammar. And then right over here to the Somerset rower. They're our top 4. Okay, starting to settle down a little bit now. Those guys were at a cracking rate getting through that 250, so starting to lengthen it out. Still pretty tight for those minor placings, only top 3 through. So Cathedral out in front, Ignatius Brisbane Grammar. Are our top 3 at the moment. Well, the Somerset rower over here in lane 10 has had a good push through that 500 metres. May have just squeaked up over the top of the Brisbane Grammar rower and is pushing away as well. So good press there from Ethan Hu from the Somerset College. Don't look out of the boat, buddy. Just stay focused. So nice strong finish from Ethan there. You can see really kicking that body and those arms, sending that boat away. That's pushed him ahead of the Brisbane Grammar rower there, although the Grammar rower lifting now to have a crack to see if he can hold out that 3rd spot from there. I think it may have come over the top of the Ignatius rower sitting beside our leader in the Cathedral, from the Cathedral School. Wow, this is going to be a great race for the line. Everybody's picking the rate up now. Even our leader in the Cathedral School is having to get going to make sure he doesn't get rowed down. Brisbane Grammar rower has risen to the challenge. So has the Ignatius rower, but this fast finishing Somerset rower may catch them on the line. Cathedral Grammar. They both stopped early. I think the Somerset rower might have got it. We'll come and check on that one once we get the results officially through from the umpires. Great racing here, especially with that tough 3 only progression through into the final. Rightio, last one of these semis. Semi-final number 3 now of the Year 9 schoolboys. Those first 2 have been crackers, and I reckon this one will be as well. Okay, 9 of them in this race here. Brisbane Grammar's Bartlett over into Southport. Milligan in lane 3. Marsh from Salom in 4. Stemson from Brisbane Boys in 5. Van Royen from St Luke's in 6. Lee from Shalom in 7. Holt from Somerset in 8. Yarski from St Peter's in 9. And Dobbin from Trinity in lane number 10. Big Bundy Gold Coast push from here with a couple of Brisbane Grammar crew in there as well. So the Brisbane Grammar there, Magnus Stemson. That brown single, haven't seen a brown boat before. I think there must be a Swift with that black bow on it from there. TSS rower over to his right. Edward Milligan. Got those free speed sunnies on over there. So they're our 2 leaders as we head in to these red boys there now. And the Shalom rower, Max Lee, holding down the 3rd spot there. I think Max giving away about a foot in height to the BBC rower there, but making it up by kicking that rate up a couple of gears. So they're our top 3 as they hit the white boys. As we saw in the last race, anything can happen in this last 250. The St Luke rowers hot on their heels. But the TSS and BBC rowers are out in front. Max Lee kicking that rate up again to make sure he holds down that 3rd spot. Jaden Van Rooyen from St Luke's is rising to the challenge, but I think Max is going to hold him off. Yep, so it'll be BBC, TSS, Shalom across the line there. 1, 2, 3 for the progression into a brave race there from Jaden from St Luke's, keeping them honest all the way down the course. Great racing there in those Year 9 schoolboy single sculls into the semis. Righto, quad time. So grade 8 quads, as I mentioned yesterday, these junior quads were the most exciting races at the state championships, the club state championships at the start of the year. So we'll see how they go here. Now, don't forget, if your little brother or big brother or little sister or big sister is rowing in any of these races today and you want to come and commentate their race, feel free to jump in the tent and join the commentary team. Just the red tent down the front. Get sick of my voice by the end of the day, so guest commentators are more than welcome to come in and give us your feedback on how your sibling or your bestie is going. Okay, so heat 1 here. We have got 3 heats, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3 again into the final. Everybody else eliminated. That is brutal. So girls grammar over in lane 3, Shalom in 4, Cathedral in 5, Brisbane State High in 6, Somerset in 7, St Luke's in 8, Trinity in 9 and Rocky Grammar in lane number 10. Okay, nice shot on the of the drone there, looking down towards the Overflow Winery. Great little spot to duck down for lunch. They've got the cellar door just off the Boona Bow Desert Road, not too far away from the course here. So if you have got a gap between little Jenny or little Johnny's race, feel free to duck down to the winery for a sneaky wine and some cheese. Very lucky to have a winery actually on the rowing course here. As we mentioned yesterday, I think there's an opportunity for the development of that little island over there to become a Forex Island or something along those lines. We'll run a little ferry over there for the parents' spectator headland. Be quite a nice little spot from there, just waiting for this last crew to tap it in for Heat 1 in the year 8, schoolgirls quad sculls. Rightio, boats lined up there. Oh no, we're still waiting for one more to come in. Holy smokes. So running pretty close to on time. So just a couple of minutes later on this one. So again, directors, coaches, make sure you're getting your crews on the water nice and early. We are going to try and obviously catch up that half an hour that we lost due to the fog this morning, so we need to make sure those crews are down there early and or at least on time. Okay, those crews just tapping it in to the start line there now. So expect a fly and die approach to these usually grade 8 quad sculls, 1,000 metres, so usually all over and done with in about 4 minutes. So yeah, our medics on the far side have gone for the umbrella option. The sun has popped out. Amazing the difference in the winter to summer, that's for sure. Okay, got a guest appearance here from Braden from Sport Integrity Australia. Welcome, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Cool. And you guys are out here. Now, obviously, we're not drug testing school kids.
No, that's right. We're here to educate today. So it's me, myself, and Monique out here today. So we're here as a part of the education team.
Excellent, excellent. Now, I've done my MPIO training, Member Protection Information Officer training.
Good.
And have had a few of those. And I think the great part about what Sport Integrity is doing is they are training the broader community to support people if there is an issue within sport, member protection issues, all those sort of things from there, is everybody is now involved in it and everybody lends that support.
Yeah, that's right. So both our online system and our Sport Integrity app is accessible to everyone. And on that, you can access basically any learning resources that you need. And also, we try to reach out to each sport to give them the specific learning materials for their sport. And that's what we're doing with Rowing Australia today. Rowing Queensland today. We're trying to get an understanding of what education they need and to try and tailor that for all the athletes.
Yeah, excellent, excellent. And so online. So if there is an issue within the sport and somebody does want to make a complaint, that's the way that we manage that now. Is that correct?
Yeah, great question. So you just go to our Sport Integrity website, and on that you could even just type into Google that you would like to make a report, and it should come up as the top link. But you just go onto the website, and if you can't find the actual area on the website to make the report, you can also just email us. The email and phone number, this hotline will be directly on the website.
Yeah, good. And obviously, if a complaint's made about an issue at, say, in Clubland or something like that, from there, it's not necessarily going to be Rowing Australia or somebody that handles that. It actually gets passed down the line, doesn't it, to the right organisation to be looking after the complaint.
Yeah, that's right. And Sport Integrity Australia have put a lot of effort in creating a platform and also a system that is streamlined, and it goes to the right person depending on what the issue is.
Yeah, and I must say, I mentioned that I've been involved in a couple of complaints that have come through, and the process works. If you do the process, you generally get the outcomes that are the right outcomes from there. If you don't use the process and you go around, the back of the shed and have a punch up or something like that tends,
that's not the way
tends not to be the way to go about it from there. So and I think this is what we've seen, certainly over the last 10 years is this amazing resource that we have there now. And I think by bringing this, together with a national approach, is that those systems work.
Yeah, and that's really great to hear. That's great feedback. And I think for us, we just want to be approachable. So even today, come up to our tent. We've got some freebies, and we're happy to have a chat. We're here with Monique Murphy today. She's a Paralympic silver medalist in the swimming. So she has a lot of experience in the area, and we're always happy to chat about anything. And it will stay between us as well.
Yeah, and a lot of the time it just is that chat.
Right.
It's working through it from there and understanding. I tell you what, mate, there's some good racing going. There's some pretty hairy steering going on out here on the course at the moment. So a few extra kilometres or a few extra metres there from the Cathedral School Coxswain, but all straight again now by the looks of it. Sorry, I think that might have been the State High Coxswain, but it certainly brought the other crews back in to their into the race with those ones as well. That has put the Cathedral School right on the tail of the State High crew that was leading through that first 500 metres or so into the Red Boys. Now, these 1,000-metre quad races are over very, very quickly, so there is no time for any mistakes, that's for sure. The State High crew there as well. The Brisbane Girls Grammar crew there pushing up, trying to get that one. Now, don't forget this is a three-heat, so top three have got to go through, so there is no time to mess around in this one at all. Wow, they're spread from one side of the field to the other here as they hit the Red Boys. Might be the crew on this side here, the Rocky Grammar crew that I think is in the lead. Wow, it's pretty tight there from the St Luke's crew in the middle of the field. The State High crew has got themselves settled after that hairy steering and starting to push back again. But the Brisbane Grammar crew on the far side are still well and truly in this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crews are going to try and fit into 3 here. That doesn't go down very well at all, is it? Wow, look at that. St Luke's crew really kick there as they hit the line. That's a great turn of speed. They will definitely... Oh, no, just as I said that, the Brisbane State High crew has kicked back again as well. Girls Grammar, stop looking around. Oh, this is going to be super tight there with the Cathedral School that was leading all the way. Those other crews have pushed past them in the top line. That's St Luke's crew. That fast finishing St Luke's crew has got across the line. State High, and I think it was the Girls Grammar crew on the other side, just over the Cathedral School that had led all the way of the race. Rightio, so race over. So, buddy, where's your tent? Whereabouts can they come and find you?
Yeah, so we're just in the retail area near the ADF Careers and the Sun Cancer Council.
Okay, yep. Over here on the Spectator headland. So,
right next to that. So yeah, come round and we've also got some games to play for the younger ones too. And with that, you can win a prize pack. So.
Awesome. So yeah, so pop in and see the Sport Integrity crew while you're here. As you know, we discussed before, a lot of it is about a chat. You know, if you have any concerns around all of the integrity stuff that we do there, it is certainly the spot to go to for those resources, but also to go to if you do want to make a complaint.
Yeah, and that's right. And just to make it clear, we're not here to test anyone today. So yeah, we're just here for a chat. Yeah, come round if you want to grab some freebies as well.
Okay, got a great race here in heat number 2. Looks like we've got a breakage there in the St Margaret's crew, unfortunately, or something's gone wrong. They've dropped right off the back there. But we have probably the St Hilda's crew with their nose just there in front over the top of the Somerville crew, then across to All Hallows on this side. We'll just run from lane 3 across. So Somerville, St Hilda's, St Margaret's, Rocky Grammar, Shalom, Stuart Home, All Hallows, and St Pat's closest to us through that first 250 or so, and we have got a length and a half across the whole field. Maybe the St Pat's crew just falling off the back there a little bit, but those top 5 still in contention for the top 3 spots. Sorry, I've got a scratching in this one. So the Somerville crew has scratched from there. So it is actually the St Hilda's and the St Margaret's crews here, and it was the Rocky Grammar crew that had a breakage or something down there that have dropped them out of the race. So it's the St Margaret's crews with their nose out in front, just ahead of the All Hallows crew over here in lane 9, then back to St Hilda's. So they're our top 3 as they head through with 500 metres to go. Okay, this is the 250 that really hurts. Hit those red boys and get a second. Okay, great race continuing here. I've got some extra supporters in here. Lily, Peggy and Sophie have joined me as girls. What do you think about this All Hallows crew, girls?
We think they're actually really good.
Okay, good stuff. So
those big legs.
Push those legs, that's right. So holding down third, so probably second place here now. That's St Margaret's crew has kicked away from everybody else. I think that extra support's lifted this All Hallows girls here.
Go girls, push hard.
There we go. Good race though is going to be for third place here. It'll be St Margaret's across in first, or Hallows in second. The St Hilda. So well done, big, with the All Hallows cheer squad in here with me. Now, Lily, is it your sister in the next race or Peggy's sister? Peggy's sister's in the next race. Okie doke. So we'll keep our guest commentators here as well. Okay, these are great races, these semi-finals, as they Only the top 3 go. 6, 7 in this one. Again, still top 3 through. St Pat's over in lane number 4. Stewart Home in 5. All Hallows in 6. Somerville in 7. Townsville in 8. St Margaret's in 9. And St Peter's in 10. Rightio, guest commentators, who's going to win this one?
Oh, hello!
Oh, fancy that. How did I know that? Okay, looks like
Go
that
girls!
looks like that Rocky Grammar boat is away and clearing off the course. They must have had a breakage in that because I see one of the rowers isn't rowing, coming up what we call lane 0 over on the far side of the course there. Now, Peggy, what's your sister's name?
Harriet?
Harriet. So she's in the bow seat, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Good stuff. How'd they go at the head of the river?
Good.
They win it?
Yep.
They win? Okay, rightio. So we're expecting them to win this.
Second.
Oh, they got second. Who beat them in the head of the river? No idea. Okay, well, we'll see how they go in this one. We've got the All Hallows crew down here on the finishing line. Wonder who these crazy girls are sitting in the commentary box.
Go Hallows!
Okay, got a nice line there up for this final heat of the Schoolgirls Year 8 Quad Sculls. Liking all these different colour boats. That All Hallows blue, the Somerville green, and the Townsville Grammar black boats. Look good. Those black boats don't go too well in the Queensland sun upside down, but they do look very, very good on the water, that's for sure. Oh, girls, the All Hallows crews had a pretty bad start. Oh, no.
Oh, no. You got this, girls.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Want to give them the kiss of death. Half a length down off the start. We'll see how they go. We'll see if they can get it back. The St Peter's crew on this side. Nice, clean start for them. For that All Hallows crew, turning that dodgy start around to be back on task pretty quickly there. Just the Townsville Grammar crew dropping off slightly there. A couple of dirty strokes. It's amazing how quickly these crews get away if you do miss a little bit of water there. That green boat poking its nose out in front, along with the St Pat's crew on the far side. So All Hallows sitting in 4th at the moment, girls. That's not enough. They need to be in 3rd.
Go girls, push your legs.
So what do you reckon about Harriet's form there? Is she looking pretty good?
Yep.
Yep. You guys rowing experts? This one is, oh, very good, very good. Well, they're still in contention, that's for sure. That crew on the far side, though, the St Pat's Townsville crew doing the best, as is the green Somerville boat in the middle. You can see the St Pat's crew there on the live stream if you're watching. Nice and connected together. Stewart Home crew all having a look out from there. There you go. Snapshot of Harriet in the bow. Stop looking out, Harriet. Start looking out. Girls, you have to give her a hard time when she comes back.
Go girls, push a little harder.
That's right, that's right. Looks like that Somerville crew has pushed through over the top of the St Pat's crew. The St Margaret's crew, though, they're hot on the heels, as is the St Peter's crew. So all still in this as they get through the halfway mark now. Get some nice ribbons in the St Peter's boats there. Need to do a little bit more work on those braids, I think, those girls. Looking for the orange ribbons in the St Margaret's crew there. A couple of orange ribbons, good to see. There we go.
Go Hallows.
Keep pushing your legs.
I don't know, they're just about out, I think. Okay, so the battle's still out in front between the St Pat's and the Somerville crew. So they're our 1-2. That All Hallows crew's just dropped off the back, girls. I think they're going to need a bit of support.
Push.
Go Hallows.
The St Peter's crew on this side has certainly kicked along through that 250 to probably be sitting in the 3rd spot there now. All the crews starting to push up on that fast starting St. Pat's Townsville crew on the far side. Let's see if they can hold it into the finish here. Girls are going to do enough.
Push your hellos.
Come on, go a little bit harder.
Okay, good battle out in front from Somerville and the St. Pat's crew on the far side. St. Peter's here have had a good last 500, sitting back in probably 5th spot, now pushed into that
Push your
3rd spot.
hellos.
I don't know if they're going to get there, girls. I think they're just going to miss out. We'll see how they go over this last 20 strokes or so, but it's that green Somerville boat. It'll come across the line in 1st place. That fast finishing St. Peter's cruise, I reckon they'll get there at 2nd, just over the top of St. Pat's or St. Margaret's. We'll have to come back from there. And
Good job, All Hallows.
unfortunately, the All Hallows girls are across in 5th place or 6th place by the looks of it. Thank you, cheer squad. Have a great day. Holy dooly, we'll have to wait for a umpire's call on that one. It's amazing that last 250, 300 metres, how everything changes. So need to make sure you're on it all the way.
So, Mario, I've just been in the spectator area and we have a local business that's joined us today, Bow Desert Biltong.
Ooh.
And I tell you, there is some very tasty treats there.
Now that's jerky in Aussie, isn't
That's
it?
jerky in Aussie. It's
Yeah.
a South African family.
I saw the South African sort of footy shirt walking around. I was going to give him a hard time. So okay, so that explains that, because that's a brave person
Yep.
wearing that out here.
But I can see, I can see that a lot of the athletes, when they've finished their next race, will be heading over for a bit of a protein fix with that biltong or beef jerky.
Just a shout out, a pair of sunnies have been handed in down to the commentary tent. If you have left your sunnies on the bin, I've got them down here. They are very cool. I think I might choose them to take them if nobody gets them by the end of the day.
Or I could give them to my son, seeing as though he
Right.
lost his last night.
He lost his last. I don't know, they're not really the rowing ones. They're not really
No.
the speedy looking rowing ones. So
They're
it's
lovely.
Actual on.
See the schoolboys double scull lining up. So this is race 99. We have in lane 4 Trinity Lutheran College, lane 5 Townsville Grammar, lane 6 Ignatius, lane 7 Somerset College, lane 8 Shalom College, lane 9 Brisbane State High, and lane 10 Varsity College.
Okay, yeah, just doing a computer reboot. That's the extent of my IT knowledge. Turn it back on again. So live results will be up soon, but the results of that one, it was Somerville as we knew across in first, St. Peter's across in second, and the St. Margaret's crew snuck across in third place into the final there of Heat 3. So the All Hallows cheer squad didn't quite do enough to get that crew across the line. But as we said before, guest commentators, please feel free to come along and jump in. Righto, pointy end of the regatta here. Schoolboy double sculls. So these are the big boys coming all the way from the 2K mark. I see this fella called Wyaralong is in lane number 9.
Lane number 9.
Any relation by any chance?
Maybe a slight relation there with his good mate Jason.
Okay, you got the new cheer squad in the tent
The
here
new
now.
cheer squad in the tent.
That's right. The CEO hat's gone off. The mum hat's come on. So these are always a great event. These ones, super quick little boat, the double, and a lot of fun to row. Very responsive little boat, 50 metres or so.
But Varsity is giving him a bit of a run for the money.
Good to see. Was he carbo loading last night?
I think he did carbo load
Carbo
last
load,
night.
there
He
you
was
go.
into bed pretty early.
Oh, wow.
And probably left the zoot suit in the dryer this morning.
Excellent.
And needed a special run to bring that out to the dam. So
Excellent.
great work
Yeah,
again.
well done, buddy. Squash sunglasses and no zooty.
He's going far in life.
Well, okay. Yeah, they've really pulled out now, clear water over the rest of the field there. But that Varsity, Somerset and Townsville Grammar crew hot on the heels of this State High crew as they come through the first 500 or so.
And I believe he's to the kids. And we sent a pair over to him because it is pretty bright out there. And so nice to see a pair of bright green Concept 2 sunglasses taking place.
They have done research. They are faster, are they, if you wear the Concept 2
I
sunglasses?
think they are, absolutely.
Yeah.
Doing well.
I believe the Concept 2 oars do make you go fast as well. So I imagine the sunnies would make all the difference there as well.
So Somerset College is putting on a good battle there with Varsity. Very close to tell, and Townsville Grammar's coming through strong as well. So this is looking to be a great race. We can't quite see them coming down the course yet, but a nice view from the drone.
Yeah, so we've got top 5 through to the final in this one, just the 2 heats. So yeah, Brisbane State High, Varsity, Somerset and Townsville Grammar, and that Ignatius crew just holding down that 5th spot now, but that red Shalom boat really on the heels of that Ignatius crew. So only about halfway. So this is the quarter of the race that really hurts, from that 1,000 through to the 1,500 metre mark. But the State High boys looking pretty sharp out in front. Have they done a bit of rowing together in the double?
They have, and Flynn's grade 11, Jason grade 12, and I think a lot of families will see this with the doubles and the pairs. Beautiful friendships made, and that will go on for years to come, which I think is one thing that I love to see in rowing, is the friendships that are made with the boys and the girls, and really great to see all the schools encouraging each other. And whilst there's a little bit of rivalry, there's a lot of friendship.
There's also the reverse of that. My daughter's very stubborn, and her double partner stopped halfway down the course and had a fight.
Well, that'll get them far, won't it? Stopping down the course.
Yep,
Did
had
they work it out?
No, well, they're still best friends now. But
Well, it's always the best friends, isn't it?
Yeah.
Always the best friends.
It was so funny. They just they were having a blue about, I can't remember what it was in the boat, and yeah, they pulled up about halfway.
Probably
It just had a
something not even
screaming match.
related to the boat.
No. Yeah, I think it was a grade 8 double or something like that at Bundy there, I remember. And you're sitting there going, oh no, that's my daughter that's having the fight in the middle of the rowing course. So yeah, so they are a fun one to do. In the Masters regattas, we have a mixed double. And if a husband and wife get in the double, we call them the divorce double, because they're usually divorced by the time they get
By
to
the end of it. Yep.
So yes, they are character building, but yeah, they generally do make good friendships, these ones. A father-son pair is a complete disaster, I must admit that. That never works well at all.
Well, we might see a bit of father-son action out at the Outback.
Oh, definitely, yeah. So out there we have, what we call our orphan boats. So they're made up by people who can't feel, because we row 8, so can't have a full boat, so we just throw them in together. We have got the Scott crew. Anyone that's been around rowing will know the Scott family. Jess, obviously an international level rower for many years. Charlie rowed over in Henley for the King's College crew from there. I think Jess is probably the shortest person in the crew at about 6'2" or so from there. So we've got an 8 full of the Scott family. So I reckon they will probably dominate the open events. Although the Moree crew's got a couple of sneaky international crews in there as well. So I think the Scott family from Roma and the Moree 8 is probably going to be the big battle in the outback out there, that's for sure.
Well, I'm just going to have to talk to the kids and get the Low Lachlan crew going.
Yeah, that's right.
So
that's right.
we've already roped in Flynn's father. He'll be jumping in a boat. Hasn't been in a boat for quite some time.
Very good.
But back in the 70s was New South Wales youth. And his older sister, Hannah O'Loughlin, who with Maddie Edmonds.
Well, it's always that's the good thing about our sport is you can do it all the way till you're 100. So yeah, you know, once you finish playing your rugby career or your netball career or whatever from there, it's always good to get back in the boat again. But wow, tell you what, these State High boys are looking pretty good out in front there now, backed it right off. Just cruising along, but it's a great battle here for these minor spots, top 5 through to the final. They've got that second and third spot locked in.
Okay, so we're just coming past the 1750 mark. 250 metres to go.
So what have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they're pretty settled into it now, aren't they?
Nice and
the
settled
top 5. Yeah. That red boat of the Geelong crew, I don't think they're going to catch it sitting in that 6th spot there now. I think they're going to run out of water to get through from there. But these conditions are getting better as the day goes on. So, yeah. Nice example of how to row a double scull out there from the 2 State High boys. They'll take this one out easily in this first heat of the schoolboy double scull.
Very nice. Okay, coming into second place there will be Varsity College, followed by Townsville Grammar, Somerset, and
Ignatius across
the line
spot,
there
yep.
for 5th spot.
Geelong did give them a rally there at the end. They got within, they touched the back of the boat, but that's, as I mentioned before, the good thing about rowing is you can watch your crew behind you.
And we've got a lot of people online watching today. We also have some viewers from the United States of America. I'm assuming some colleges looking at athletes in Queensland. We do know that we do see a lot of our athletes go over to the US colleges, and later today we will have Robbie Tanumban coming down to talk about the US college system. Very different to Australia, and let's hope we see some great athletes. And of course, once they're over there, Rowing Australia does go and select for the under 23 and under 19 teams.
Okay, heat number 2 now, the Championship Schoolboy Double Sculls. We have got 7 crews in this one: Trinity, St Peter's, Cathedral, Varsity, Townsville, and Ignatius. We have got a guest commentator here, Layla Allard, whose brother Ted is in the St Peter's crew. What can we expect from this St Peter's crew, Layla?
Yeah, I'm expecting them to do really well.
Do really well. They've been rowing together a bit, have they?
Yeah.
Yeah? How'd they go in the conference regattas and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, they went really well.
Went really well?
They did really well in their open quad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that quad really dominated, didn't it? All the way through, they were strong. Luca Kendall, is he in that boat as well?
Yeah,
the quad?
he was in the quad with them.
So sounds good. Waiting for a bit of an aerial shot from the drone here to see if it's up or how they are going. So I think that's the Ignatius crew well and truly out in front there now. Then across to the Trinity crew on the far side. And then the Cathedral School. Looks like those St Peter's boys need to get a wiggle on.
Yeah, they're rating quite low, aren't they?
That's for sure. Oh dear, oh dear. They've been holding it back a little bit too. They're sitting in last place at the moment. That's not what we expected. I didn't see down the course if they had any dramas, but like you said, they're just poking along, aren't they? Has he got any other races as well?
Yep, they're in the boys Open 8 later today.
Oh, okay, cool. What about yourself? You got some races on?
No, I'm out injured at the moment.
Oh, out injured, okay. So that's no good. Oh, well, looks like I don't think they're going to make the final here. Only top 5 through. So it's going to be the Ignatius crew across in first place. Then the Trinity crew on the far side, Cathedral School. Tell you what, if they get a wiggle on, they might get there to St. Peter's Bait, but I don't think they're going to do enough. Townsville Grammar across in fourth place. And Ted's going to miss out, I think, Layla, unfortunately, from there. So the varsity crew is going to take out that all-important fifth spot from there. Well, thank you for joining me for that race.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry we couldn't do any better for Ted, but give him heaps and tell him he needs to pick his game up. So how about that?
Yeah, thank you.
Sounds good. Thanks, Layla. So another good race there in the schoolboy double sculls. So again, top 5 through to the final. Shout out for our caterers over here on the spectator headland, the Lewitts Hill crew. I see the barbecue's been well and truly flat out there all morning. We are switching over to the lunch menu now, kicked off at 9 o'clock. So the gourmet beef burger with cheese, tomato, lettuce and onion. The pulled pork burger, which I snuck one out yesterday, was very nice. And of course the pesto pasta there if you want to do that carbo loading. As we heard was a trick for that state high double that recently came through from there. Right, back to racing, mind back on the job off the stomach. It is about cappuccino time though, I think. Yeah, 10 o'clock, there we go. Rightio, semi-final now, Championship Year 11 Schoolgirls Singles. We have got a full 10 lanes, Cathedral, St Luke's, State High, Somerset in 4, St Peter's, Stephanie Pettigrew in lane number 5, who is smoking the field there now, we could say. Somerset, Maddie McLaughlin in 6, and Aiden's Bethany Petty in lane 8. Brooke Bowden from Somerset in 8. Stuart Holmes, Sophie Fryer in 9, and St Margaret's Alia Miles in lane number 10. But Steph Pettigrew well and truly out in front. That's a cool looking Zudi. That might be the first 8 Zudi from St Peter's, isn't it? Very leery, but certainly showing the field how it is done. Just turned off the afterburners there now and cruising through. So got a scratching in this one, lane 6 from Somerset. McLaughlin is not in this race, hence why you can see the umpire's boat sitting in lane 6 there with no rower in front. I've got a little bit of a worry. Then I thought, where has the rower gone? Please tell me the umpires have not run over them, but obviously not. But yeah, Steph Pettigrew well and truly out in front. The Pettigrew name obviously synonymous at the St Peter's School there. Good race behind her though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All fighting out for those top 5 spots. So if you're watching online there, a good example of some steady state rowing, as we call it there, from Steph. You can see that nice early square, place the blade and then push. Seems like a really easy sport, doesn't it? It's a bit like golf. The more you think about it, the harder it is from there. But Stephanie Pettigrew there making it look very, very easy, that's for sure. is heading through with 250 metres to go, but the race is definitely behind her. We have got 5 rowers trying to squeeze into 4 position. Actually, probably 6 rowers there now trying to squeeze into 4 positions. So the St Margaret's, the Somerset rower there, holding down the 3rd and 4th spots as they come through past that 750 metre buoy with 250 metres to go. So St Aidan's sitting in 2nd place at the moment, and across to the state high rower on the far side there, Norma Jensen. Maybe just the Somerset rower sitting in that 6th spot now, but definitely connected to the St Margaret's rower and just sitting on the stern of the Stewart home rower. But these girls just doing a little kick down to make sure they get across safely to qualify for that final. So it'll be St Peter's, St Aidan's, Brisbane State High, St Margaret's and Stewart home across in those top 5 spots. So good push all the way from the Somerset rower there, Brooke Bowden, but just misses out on that final. Okay, semi-final 2 now underway. Okay, pretty tight at this stage. Again, a full field of the 10 rowers. Andrews from Townsville Grammar over in 1. Murphy from St Peter's in the 2. Crouch from Brisbane State High in 3. Hurst from Somerville in lane number 4. The birthday girl from St Margaret's, Matilda Baxby, in lane 5. Lindisfarne, Ayla Drury in lane number 6. Trinity Lutheran, Sophie Clifford in lane 7. Brisbane State High, Chelsea Skipper in lane 8. Kenmore State High, Sophie Robertson in 9. And Good Samaritan Catholic, Djama Mali Hines, sorry, I probably completely butchered that, in lane number 10. Okay, coming through into 250. So that red Lindisfarne boat of Ayla Drury well and truly out in front. Could be a good battle between her and Steph in the final, both doing it pretty easy. The birthday girl sitting in 2nd place there in the orange hat from St Margaret's. So happy birthday to her. Then back to the Brisbane State High rower, the Chelsea Skipper. And across to Somerville, but a really good race here for 5th place between the Trinity rower and the St Peter's rower on the far side over there. Both really kicking the rate up there now. They definitely want it from there. There's a Lindisfarne rower across in 1st. Well, we've got a fast finishing State High rower here now. We'll just pinch the 2nd place off the birthday girl. 4th place to Somerville, and the Trinity rower will get across the line to steal that 5th spot and the final. Wow, there's some great racing starting to come down the course here now. Really looking forward to these finals this afternoon. If these semis are anything to go off, these finals are going to be fantastic. Okay, moving now to the 1500 metre start. We have got a couple of, just the 2 heats here in the RA level. The Year 10s probably haven't done a lot of sweet rowing yet, so this will be an opportunity for them to go. Some of the regional crews may have done some sweet work, but a 4 is a little bit of a tricky boat to row. Need to row it well. So this one we have got 6 lanes, so 6 boats with 5 going through to the final, so don't want to be last in these ones. So over in lane 5, Trinity, lane 6, Somerset, lane 7, the All Hallows number 2 crew, lane 8, Townsville Grammar, lane 9, St Hilda's, and lane 10, the All Hallows number 1 crew. So I think some of the All Hallows Year 10 girls were actually in the first 8. So they were probably pretty well in a 4, I'd say. Done a lot of sweet work from there. But generally at the BSRA level, Year 10s are still rowing quads. And they are a little bit of a different beast to 4, jumping from a quad into a 4, especially if you've mainly done sweep rowing. Looking on the live stream there now, you can see a couple of different rigs. The second boat in from the so lane 9 there, the St Hilda's crew, rowing on the same side with the 2 and the 3 rowing on the same side in the middle. The boat beside them, it's frig rigged, so the one that is over here closest to us, the All Hallows crew, so it's got a bow side rigged, so the stroke seat is actually rowing on the bow side of the boat. And then you go look across to the boat in lane 8. There is what we call a traditionally rigged boat with stroke seat on stroke side, 3 seat on bow side, 2 on stroke side, and the bow side rower back on bow side. They reckon that bucket rig, like the St Hilda's crew there, actually rows straighter, because you can imagine when you take off with the stroke and the bow on the different sides, it will twist the boat a little bit around, so they reckon that this is a better way to go. I don't know. They all seem to be a bit of a nightmare to steer if you've got a coxless boat. These ones are coxed, so it does make it a little bit easier from there. So at the moment, probably the Somerville crew, the Townsville Grammar crew, I should say, just sneaking off the back of those other 5 boats there. So again, top 5 through, so it'll just be the last place to miss out. Okay, some nice rowing there from the All Hallows crew. You can see just letting the boat run there, driving all the way through to the finish. So this is where, if you're standing on the headland here, you need to turn the live streaming on your mobiles or on your tablets to watch these crews. It certainly brings a whole new perspective to the sport. You get to enjoy some of the great rowing we've got happening out there as well. All these crews looking nice and long. You can see that gap between each of the puddles. The bigger the gap, the less strokes you have to do, and generally the faster the boat is going. certainly makes it a lot easier. So the aim of the game is to do as fewer strokes as possible down the course there, unless you're a lunatic Romanian crew that wants to rate at 50 strokes a minute or something like that from there. But some good examples here in these Year 10 Cox 4s. Can be a little tricky boat, but conditions are really nice. Would have been a different story yesterday afternoon in that strong nor'wester we had here. But these 5 crews looking really sharp as they come through halfway in the Schoolgirls Cox 4s. Okay, this crew's coming into the last 250 metres. Preston, Ball, Patterson and Hilton with Godbolt in the Cox seat. Probably sitting in second place is the second All Hallows crew, looking for bragging rights here and who's going to buy the lollies. Cavalucci, Gallagher, McLeod, Kendall and Smearden. Okay, yeah, ding-dong battle with the All Hallows crews through here. But again, top 5 through, so they're just cruising through to the line here now. That bucket rigged all St Hilda's crew holding down third place. Across to the Somerset College in 4th. Trinity in 5th, and it'll be the Townsville Grammar, Trinity in 6th, in 5th, and the Townsville Grammar crew will miss out on the final. Six boats again in this one, so top 5 through, so just don't want to be last. St Pat's in Townsville over in lane 5, All Hallows in 6, St Hilda's in 7, Somerville in 8, Girls Grammar in 9, and Brisbane State High in lane 10. Looks like the St Hilda's, Somerville and Girls Grammar crews have cleared out with clear water over the rest of the field. So good race between these 3, still keeping the rate up. Haven't turned anything off just yet. A couple of bow coxed boats and one stern coxed boat there. You are watching the live stream here on the bank or from around the country, maybe even overseas. This is probably the best you will see rowing get in Australia. Out here the water is perfect. Of Queensland down to across the border in New South Wales, represented here at this regatta. So this is some of the best schoolboy and schoolgirl racing you will see around, especially here in the country. Good examples here. So Year 10 schoolgirls in these 4s. As we said, a lot of them probably haven't done much sweep rowing, but certainly looking pretty sharp. as we come through with 500 metres or so to go in this second heat. So liking the name of that St Hilda's boat there, the Moree. The Outback Rowing Moree Boat Club kicked off this year down there at the ski park in Moree. We dropped off an 8 and a 4 down there around 12 weeks ago. They are looking pretty sharp, bringing 2 crews. The Moree guys up to the head of the Outback in 2 weeks' time. And as I mentioned, there is a couple of former national reps coming out of the town there, and a lot of young guns that recently finished at TAS and some of the Sydney schools as well as some of the Brisbane schools. So they'll be pretty hard to beat. I reckon that Scott family crew will give them a run for their money out there in Longreach and Barcaldine in a couple of weeks' time. But good race out here. I think our top 3 is pretty set there with that yellow, green and the girls' grammar boat. So St Hilda's Girls Grammar and Somerville out in front, then back to State High and All Hallows. They'll be our top 5. With the St Pat's crew from Townsville just missing out at this stage. So Girls Grammar cruising over the line. Nice finish there from them. St Hilda's in 2nd, Somerville in 3rd, All Hallows in 4th, Brisbane State High in 5th in that Heat 2 of the Championship Schoolgirls Year 10-4. Okay, still at the 1500 metre start here. We've got semi-finals of the schoolboy Year 10 single scull. Semi, so full field. This one top 5. Oh no, sorry, 3 semis, so only top 3 through to the final in this one. Wow, tough progressions, Bob. So Woolley from Brisbane Grammar in 1, Ray from Southport in 2, Mills from Townsville in 3, Sten from Southport in 4, Bradbury from Kenmore in 5, Wood from Trinity in 6, Smith from Southport in 7, Cronje from Cathedral in 8, Noble from State High in 9, and Matavizic from Cathedral in lane 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pretty clear at this stage through into... Oh, no, sorry, it's only 3. Wow, okay. So we do have the 3, TSS, Kenmore and TSS. Just out in front there now, but that fast finishing green boat from Trinity is certainly going to give them a bit of a rally. But I think those 3 will do enough. Crowd over here is certainly willing Zach on there to see if he can catch these boys. All it takes is a couple of dirty strokes or a crab and he'll get there, but I don't think he'll do enough. It'll be Smith from Southport, Bradbury from Kenmore, Stein from Southport, and just missing out. Brave race there, Zach Wood from Trinity as well. So joining me here at the moment is Robbie from Robbie Consulting. Mate, that's a unique name. When did you Helen to take you to pick that one up?
Not very long.
Not very long at all.
at all.
So talk to me about what Robbie Consulting does.
Absolutely. So I help high school rowers and their parents navigate U.S. university recruiting. So I help them through the whole process, from the selecting universities through navigating different options and different choices, and then stay on as a consultant to the family, to the parents, all the way through graduation from university in the U.S.
Oh, that's great, because I have heard some amazing stories of students going to America and different universities, and I've heard some horror stories as well. So I think if we could have more of those great stories and less of those horror stories, it'd certainly be a big win for these Aussie kids as they head over to the States.
Absolutely, and I think that finding the best fit university is what's really important. And for over 30 years, I coached at U.S. universities, and I use that knowledge and having been in the system to be able to help everybody to find what's best for them. Because you're right, you don't want somebody going over having a bad experience. And I try to help and make sure that they get the good experience. And what's right for one person isn't necessarily going to be right for somebody else.
Yeah, that's right. We might just take a pause there and get back to a little bit of racing here at the moment. Semi-final 2 of the schoolboys Year 10 single coming through with about 500 metres to go. Again, 9 lanes in this one. Genesis Sunderland over in 2, Jolly from Cathedral in 3, Genesis Gordon in lane 4, Beaumont Walsh from Townsville in 5, Strawn from Brisbane Grammar in 8, Kelly from Brisbane Grammar in 6, Kelly from Brisbane Grammar in 7, Ellen Allen in lane 8 from Redbank Plains, Somerset Fox from 9, and Jans from Varsity in lane number 10. So that is the Redbank Plains rower on the screen at the moment with the blue singlet on, and the blue boat there looks like to be out in front. Again, top 3 through in this one. Tough progressions, Bob, but that's the joys of the sport. So sorry, probably sitting in 3rd place, so still safe through. It's the yellow Genesis boat and the Townsville Grammar rower sitting out in front there, lane 4 and 5. So that's our top 3. As they come through into the Red Boys, and failing a catastrophe, they should make it through from there. Now, Robbie, do you just do rowing or do you do other sports as well?
No, that's the key. I just do rowing. Mm-hmm. So rowing is what I've known my whole life, my whole adult life. And so I just help rowers and their families. Yeah, it's a really good question.
Yeah. So, just from historically looking, there seems to be a lot more opportunity for the girls than the boys. Is that sort of the case that it is?
It is true. There are far more opportunities on the girls' side and scholarships. There are opportunities for the boys. There just aren't as many. There aren't as many scholarship opportunities. But you're right. The girls have over 90 programs to pick from that have scholarships. Yes.
Holy smokes. Yeah, I was talking to Phoebe Robertson the other day, who just took out the double down at the Coastal Championship. She was at Texas and had an absolute ball over there. They've got an amazing program. Texas, a couple of years ago, they weren't even on the radar, and they're just so dominant there now to see how well they've gone.
Yeah, and I've known Phoebe since she was a junior rower, and I've watched her progress, and she did such a great job there, and still excited that she's still in the sport of rowing.
Yeah, and I think that's the key thing is, historically we've seen the kids go over there and have a pretty ordinary experience and fall out of love with the sport, but I think what we're seeing now is the kids come back and want to do it from there. Lily Devereaux, I was talking to the other day, was it Yale? I think she was at Yale. had just loved her time over there and came back. She's having a break, but certainly does want to stay in it from there as well. And are you seeing much interaction with John Bowes and the Aussie program over there? We're seeing that under 23 eights that are pretty dominated by those US athletes.
Absolutely, and I work really closely with John Bowes. I've known him for about 30 years. Had lunch with him a couple of days ago. Yeah, no, neither am I. And we work closely together, talking about people that I'm talking to, and so that he can stay in touch with folks. And it's a real important thing. And I think what Australia is doing, and what John Bowes and Rowing Australia has done, to keep everybody that's going over to the States on the boys and the girls side in the mix has been really great. And I've personally coached people that never made an Australia under 19 team or under 23 team before coming to the States, but then made an Australia team as an under 23 athlete and won a medal. And actually, there's a couple of athletes like that. So it's a really cool thing and a great pathway for the athletes. It's just yet another pathway to making an under 23 team for Australia.
Yeah, is it right that the US kids don't really row at school? They really only start at that college level?
No, there are high schools that are rowing in the U.S., and there are quite a few top-level high schools in the U.S. There are also still a large number of people that do start rowing at the university level. That's maybe waning off a little bit now, and more people are picking it up in high school. But the folks in Australia are on the water so much that they get the skills. The coaches are great over here, and that's why the U.S. coaches like to recruit people that come from Australia.
Yeah, and I remember a few years ago now when Jacinta Edmonds was over there and the program they were doing, and she was regularly back in touch with the QAS guys over here, and they were giving her a lot of extra work because the US guys were still back. But I think what we've seen over the last 6 to 8 years is that US college program has really pushed up, and they are elite athletes now. The rowing side of it was a little bit underdone, I guess, but that really is super competitive. And the other day I was jumping on to have a look at some stuff. There are so many regattas over there, and the different conferences and the different places they row. It is just such an amazing experience, over there.
Absolutely, and I think the culture with most of these programs is so great, so that the athletes are getting a great experience. I heard you talking to the sport integrity people here, and it's so important that when somebody is looking for a program, they're looking for a coach that has great values and is pushing people in the right way, and that's something we talk to people about a lot.
Yeah, that's right. I guess that's exactly it, isn't it? It's that right fit for the person, for the athlete more so than anything, and that's been. And I mean, it's not only international. We've had a lot of Queensland kids that have been poached down to New South Wales universities and things like that from there. And if it's not a right fit, it's pretty miserable. You're down there by yourself. You're away from that support unit around you from there. So if it's square peg, round hole stuff, it doesn't matter whether you're on the other side of the world or just down the road. It's not a fun time. So that getting that right, I think, is so crucial.
Absolutely, and it's something that I talk to parents and the athletes about when I have interactions with them and with the clients that I'm working with, because you have to find the place that's the right fit, the right support, and then you're going to have success.
Yeah, that's right. Well, mate, while we've been chatting, there's a cracking race going on the course out here, 1500. So this is the final semi of this schoolboy Year 10 single. These have been great races all the way through. 9 lanes in this one, top 3 through. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them, all within a boat length of each other from there. So just running across the course from left to right, we've got Canavan from Cathedral in lane 2, Dugdale from Corinda in lane 3, Genesis Vandermerva from in lane 4, Churchy Zane Kelly in 5, Townsville Grammar's Grant McKenzie in 6, Oliver Katanick in lane 7, Somerset's Hugo Dirksen in 8, Bundy's Axel Wickham in 9, and Torrey Mirror White from Southport in lane 10. And I think it is that rower in lane 10 and maybe Henry Canavan over on the far side in lane 2 with their nose ahead through with a little bit under 500 or so metres to go. It's the TSS rower there, Tyree Miller Wright, that is probably holding down the first spot there as we head towards the red boys. Got a bit of a reverse fee going on here, obviously. Don't know what happened with the seating in this one. Usually it's the other way around. The middle of the field should be coming through, not the outside of the field. So these boys are shaking up, but getting a bit of a good perspective here now. We see it is probably 10, 9, 1, 3. I'd say maybe the order that it is there now. So we've got our top 3 maybe sorted, maybe not. We've still got that lane 4 and lane 6 in the hunt. Rightio, starting to see some rates kick up now. I think some people are in with or think they're definitely in with a shot, so they're having a real show now. The TSS rower over here in lane 10, he wants that first spot, as does Henry Canavan on the far side from Cathedral. That's Cathedral College in Rocky, not the Cathedral School in Townsville. So great race here. 1, 2, 3 is settled. 4, 5, 6 is probably still up, but I think the Townsville Grammar rower is going to do enough to hold off Oliver Catterick from Brisbane Grammar there. Good press though from Henry Canavan. He's going to hold off the TSS rower. Maybe, maybe not. No, not going to call that between 1, 2. So there we go. Our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is pretty settled there. So another great race from them as well. So mate, what's the how do parents, do they just get in touch with you? What's the process to make contact, I guess?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Come and have a chat up here? Or
yes, absolutely. So I've got a tent up at the top of the hill by the finish line. People have been reaching out. They can also reach out to me, Robbie at robbieconsulting.com, and I can get in touch with them that way. And just looking forward to talking to parents, athletes, and letting them know what the process is like, and then we go from there.
Yeah, good. So what are the college, say, like you mentioned, you've got some athletes that haven't made national teams, that, things like that from there. Is there things specifically the colleges are looking for from these athletes? Is it ergo scores? Is it what are they after?
Yeah, really good question. So they're looking for a combination of great grades, sometimes the standardized test scores, the SAT test. Some schools require it, some schools don't. ERG scores, rowing results. So it all matters. And, the better now, doing well in school matters and gives you more options. Listening to your coaches and doing a little extra work matters. And so all of these things really help. And I work in conjunction with the coaches and the athletes and parents to let people know where they need to be. That's going to give them maybe the next level of schools to look at.
Cool. So you're saying, don't come and see you in year 12. Come and have a chat to you in year 9 or 10 from there and start line stuff up.
Yeah, and I always say the time is now to start. So starting in year 9, year 10 is awesome. If you're year 11, that's all right. And it's never too late. So if you start in year 12, we can get things going. You just have to squeeze things together a little bit more. Yeah.
That's right. Oh, that's awesome, mate. That's amazing. And it's, it really is, years ago it was always, if you've gone and rown in America, you're dead to us sort of attitude from Rowing Australia. But I think, Bosey's done an amazing job of turning that around there now and realising those opportunities, I still look at our biggest ever loss was, losing Logan Ulrich back to New Zealand over there. But, his time with the Huskies this year and all that sort of stuff from there. It's amazing opportunities, whether you are a younger athlete or even at, that international level, there is still opportunities for everybody over there, that's for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. Great. Thank you. This has been awesome.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank
you. We'll see you around the traps.
All right. Thank you so much.
Rightio, back to some quad racing now. These are the fun ones. Okay, heats here now rather than the semis, so no seeding in these races, so winners can pretty much come from anywhere there. So, holy dooly, top 3 progressions again. Wow, okay. This is a tough gig, this sport of rowing, isn't it? Got to be in the top 3 to get through. So coming from the 1,000 metres as well, so not too long, maybe 4-minute race, year 9 quads, probably a little bit under 4 minutes these girls will be doing it in here. Shalom over in 3, St Hilda's in lane 4, Lewards Hill in 5, All Hallows in 6, Townsville in 7, St Margaret's in 8, Trinity in 9, and St Pat's in lane 10. I think it's that yellow St Hilda's boat over there, and the St Margaret's orange hats with their nose out in front, quite closely followed by the Trinity crew just sitting on the stern of the St Margaret's boat. That's our top 3 at this point in time, but certainly that All Hallows crew in the middle there still well and truly in it, maybe only half a length down on the Trinity crew as they come towards the halfway mark. Getting a little bit of a westerly, I guess, nor'wester starting to come across now, not really impacting the water and keeping things nice and cool over here on the headland. And I think the athletes might be appreciating a bit of a cool breeze because that sun is well and truly out. It's amazing how the seasons have turned here from being really cold only a couple of weeks ago to absolutely balmy here on Friday out here. Everyone was getting sunburned. Dave and Claire both had the sunscreen out, but still had the red legs going on from there. So good to see that some nice spring weather has turned up. So that's Margaret's crew kicking through that last 250 to take a pretty strong lead as they head in towards the 250 mark. St Hilda's hot on their heels though. The St Margaret's coxswain there on the screen if you're watching on the live stream there, asking for a little bit more from her rowers, but they are doing plenty. Probably settle it down a little bit now. That All Hallows crew though, they are looking for a little bit more and they're giving a little bit more too. You can see some big breaths there now as they come in wanting that all-important 3rd spot. So it's the yellow boat on the far side, the orange hats in the middle here, and the green zooties over closest to us of the Trinity crew, I think are our top 3. But that All Hallows crew that has been pushing and pushing and pushing is trying to come up on this Trinity crew now. The coxswain's got them in their sights. We'll see how they go with 20 or so strokes to go. This is the important one. Top 3 through. St Margaret's sitting tall, sitting strong, looking good. Can the Trinity crew catch back on this fast finishing All Hallows crew? They are finishing faster than the St Hilda's crew on the other side. Trinity trying to go with them. Don't think they're going to catch them. I think that All Hallows girls have done enough. It'll be St Margaret's, St Hilda's, All Hallows across just in front of Trinity to get that all-important 3rd spot. Great race there from those All Hallows girls that were sitting back that pushed through in that last 250 metres or so. Rightio, straight back down to the start for heat number 2 of the Year 9 Quad Sculls. Hopefully this one will be as good as the last one there. Taking your time to get around off the finish line, these girls. I think that's taken a little bit out of them. They certainly had to race all the way from start to finish there. That's a Margaret's crew looking really, really strong. Okay, this one now we have got 7 crews, top 3 again, All Hallows over in lane 4, Stuart Home in 5, St Pat's in 6, Somerville in 7, Brisbane Girls Grammar in 8, Brisbane State High in 9, and Bridgerdine in lane number 10. Nice start. A big shout out to all the crews today. Have been getting into that start line really, really well. It will get tricky as this westerly does start to pick up, and you can see that Bridgerdine crew just got pushed off course a little bit there, and you can see the impact it has had on their start, maybe dropping half a length off from there. So it is tricky, especially in these younger Cox quads. They don't have the real experience of how to manage a breeze. So really important that we do from there. But wow, that Brisbane State High crew has certainly shot out quick to probably take half a length across that first 250 metres over the girls' grammar crew sitting beside them. And then that green boat of Somerville in third place, but not much at all, maybe a canvas for Hallows and Shalom there as well. So the girls' grammar crew there still pushing up on that State High crew, who are still pushing out of the from the rest of the crews. Those two maybe have a little gap over the green boat beside them. Got some nice strapping tape there on the bow seat of the State High crew. Don't forget to pop over and see the Inspire crew at the competitor headland. Very good for a bit of a rub after a long race, or if you've got a niggle, they can pop some of that tape on and help out. They're based in the shed where Mr. Bob Alexander is, our regatta secretary, over on the competitor headland. For all your aches and pains, certainly pop in and see them. In the shed there as well, I see the Concept 2 tent set up there, so if you're feeling a need for a new ergo, I'm sure they'll have some there as well. And as Anthea said, some free speed Concept 2 sunnies, I believe, are on offer there as well. So pop over and see the Inspire crew and also the Concept 2 crews. Girls Grammar State High. Great battle between these two. Good to see the girls with their eyes in the boat, not looking at each other. And I think the Girls Grammar crew may have just pushed up alongside the State High crew that really shot out at the start there. Maybe only half a length in it now. That'd be all coming through into the Red Boys with 250 to go. All Hallows on the far side and Somerville in the middle here, fighting it out for that all-important third spot. I think the spectators can start to hear there's an opportunity for the Somerville crew to sneak past All Hallows. Big cheers coming from the crowd. We'll see if they can will them over the line here. But it's that State High crew that has led from start to finish, holding off the Girls Grammar crew. Good rowing from both those crews, eyes in the boat. The Somerville crew finishing quicker than that All Hallows crew on the far side. The All Hallows crew pushed up beside them, but the Somerville crew have lifted to the challenge. It'll be State High across first, Brisbane Girls Grammar in second, Somerville across in third, All Hallows in fourth, and Stuart Home in fifth. Another great race there in the Year 9 girls quads. Okay, don't forget all of our rowing merch brigade. We've got the regatta shop over on the competitor headland there, doing the State Championships authorised merch. As Anthea said, some pretty cool looking maroon footy jumpers there seem to be the pick of those, but they have got a whole lot of different gear over there, from t-shirts to singlets through to tracky dacks, and then more of your rowing specific stuff with Tuck Active, 776 BC and Pontoon over here on the spectators headland as well. So if you're feeling like a shiny new Zooty or some of that rowing training wear, then certainly pop in and see the guys over here. Tents are just below the Lewards Hill catering tent on the competitor headland. And don't forget to pop in and grab your gourmet beef burgers, your pulled pork burgers, your pesto pastas, or don't forget they've got the brekkie menu on all day. Everything from as simple as a sausage on bread through to a yogurt cup there with some granola in it as well. So everybody catered for in that one. Lots to see and do, even just here at the regatta venue, let alone going exploring the rest of the scenic rim. So on the live stream, heading back to the 1,000 metre start there now. Okay, just tapping it in here. This is the final heat of the Year 9 quads. The other two have been pretty good, so hopefully this one lives up to the hype of the other two. Looking across from the far side of the course, we've got 7 boats in this one, top 3 through. All Hallows in 4, Shalom in 5, St Hilda's in 6, the Cathedral School in Okay, got to start in heat 3, and that yellow St Hilda's boat is shot off from the start in the first 5 strokes. Took half a length over the field from the Rocky Grammar crew there in lane number 8. So the rest of the field has stopped that charge by the St Hilda's crew. They're just holding them there now at that half a length that they got off the line. So through the first 250 there, might be the All Hallows crew on the far side there, just stuck on the stern of the St Hilda's crew, who's put clear water over the rest of the field. Those two definitely the fastest boats on the course at the moment. The Rocky Grammar crew is just sneaking back a little bit with the Cathedral School, St Margaret's and Stuart Home sitting in that chasing that all-important 3rd spot. The live stream there, the St Hilda's crew looking nice and strong, punching into this little bit of a northerly there. The North Star boat down in Moree, beautiful country down there if you want to buy a wheat farm. That's where you want to be, in the Golden Triangle. Very nice part of the world down around North Star, Moree, or basically what do they call it, southeast I guess there from Moree or from Gundawindi through there. Liking the way that these crews are keeping their eyes in the boat, relying on their coxswain to tell them how they're going. It's amazing how you can lose concentration if you start looking around. So really well controlled. Nice rowing from these crews heading through to the last 250 metres. Yeah, that yellow boat and the All Hallows crew over in lane 4 really stretching out from the rest of the field. But absolute ding-dong here for that all-important 3rd spot. Stuart Home, St Margaret's, Rocky Grammar and the Cathedral School all fighting for 1 spot in the final. Great shot on the live stream there to just show you how close it is. Probably the Stuart Home crew just with their nose in front. But as we have seen, anything happens in this last 250 metres. That Stuart Home crew, just a nice little press through that last 200 metres or so to push ahead of those other three crews for that third spot. And I think they're continuing that push now into the red boys with around 150 metres to go. They're clearing out from those other three crews. They want that third spot, but it's the St Hilda's crew out in front looking strong. They've led from the start, shot out at the start and kept increasing that lead all the way through. They'll come across the line in first place. The Stewart Home crew might even catch the All Hallows crew on the far side. They finished super fast, but the All Hallows crew is just kicking towards the end there now. They'll come across in second. Stewart Home across in third place there, then across to Cathedral. And a great battle between St Margaret's and Rocky Grammar. But it'll be Stewart Home, St Hilda's and All Hallows through into the final of the Championship Schoolgirls Year 9 Quad Sculls. Rightio, chaos time. Are you ready for the Year 8 boys doubles? This, well, hopefully with the conditions today, they'll stay in a straight line. But these ones can end up anywhere, as we have seen at previous regattas. We'll see how they go today. Hopefully they can stay in their lanes. So 8 crews in this one. Top 3 through, and that's all. Ignatius in 3, St Peter's in 4, Rocky Grammar in 5, Genesis in 6, Varsity in 7, Somerset in lane 8, Rocky Grammar, Zhao and Becca in 9, and the Cathedral School in lane number 10. I think it's that Rocky Grammar crew of Hung and Whaling Kane out in front. These boys not as good as the girls. Everyone having a look out of the boat here. So keep your eyes in the boat, boys. No, everyone's having a look out. So yeah, wow, that Rocky Grammar crew really is clearing out in this schoolboy double scull. Then back to the Somerset crew of Dirk Semmer and Sabatov, holding down second place, but another battle for that all-important third. So yeah, that Rocky Grammar really clearing out here now. Somerset still holding down that second spot, but the fight is for third spot here. So the Rockhampton Grammar crew on this side, the St Peter's crew on the far side. Is it? No, sorry, it's the Ignatius crew on the far side. And the other Rocky Grammar crew in the middle. No, I think it's the Ignatius crew. They'll do enough to get across there in the third spot. Sorry, I think I might have called Rocky Grammar. That was actually the St Peter's crew across the line in the first place that took out that one. King and Max. Rightio, Heat 2. Wow, these umpires are keeping us on the go here. Only 5 minutes between each races, and some of these ones take 5 minutes or so. This is supposed to be a 10:30 start. We're running a couple of minutes behind, so well done, umpires. Keeping everything on it. And a big thank you to coaches and directors down there on getting the crews down there on time. Rightio, 7 crews in this one. Again, top 3 through, and that is all. Trinity over on the far side. Varsity in lane number 5. Shalom in lane 6. Cathedral School in lane 7. Rocky Grammar in 8. Genesis Christian in 9. And the Cathedral School in lane number 10. So probably 2 races in the one here. Got the Genesis crew, the Cathedrals crew, and the Trinity crew with clear water over the rest of the field. So they're our top three. So if they hold that, they'll be through. On the back end of that, though, there's less than half a length between them for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. So that wind really sort of swinging around from the west, probably more northerly now, coming down straight into the course, but conditions still pretty good out there. A little bit rough down this at the finish of the course, but looking pretty nice down the middle of the course through the first 3/4 of the course. Those three crews have really pushed out there now. The Genesis crew, the Cathedral School number 2 crew, and the Trinity crew. Clear water over the rest of the field as they come through. 500 metres to go. So these boys have proved me wrong. I questioned their steering ability at the start of these of this set of races, and they've all stayed in their lanes really well. So well done, boys. Even though there's a fair bit of looking out, looking around going on. So the Genesis crew there on the screen. So Genesis rowing out of Pine Rivers Rowing Club up there at Lake Quongbar. We saw the other day another crack to have the Olympics up in Lake Quongbar. So if anywhere where there's a bit of water in Queensland, we're going to have a go at trying to secure these Olympics. But at the moment, obviously, Rockhampton is the preferred course from there. So we'll see how that goes when the head of World Rowing comes over after the World Champs in a couple of weeks to put his stamp of approval on it from there. But those three crews that cleared out at the start have stayed cleared out here as they come through with about 150 metres to go. The Genesis Cathedral School and Trinity boys looking strong over the field, heading towards the finish line. Gotta love schoolboys, don't you? Especially year 8s. They'll race all the way to the finish, even if it doesn't matter. So yeah, never leave anything in the tank to year 8 schoolboys. Good to see. So when you get a little bit older and wiser, you generally pull up a little bit early and take a breather. So Geelong Cathedral at Trinity and across the line and through to the final this afternoon. Okay, Heat 3. Last one of this one. Again, 7 crews, top 3 through. Okay, so Heat 3 underway. St Peter's over in lane 4, Somerset in 5, Shalom in 6, Rocky Grammar in 7, Trinity in 8, Cathedral School in lane 9 and in lane number 10. So I think it's the Cathedral School here in lane 10 with their nose in front. Remember, it's top 3 through, so the ding dong is on the other side of the course there. But that's Somerset, Shalom and Rocky Grammar race for the 3rd spot. Yeah, if you haven't signed up for the live screen on your mobile standing here on the headland, you certainly need to do that. It brings a whole different perspective to the regatta when you can see some of this amazing drone footage that the BMA guys are providing for us down the course. You can really see. So that Trinity crew of Holland and Dippenar looking strong there now, but I tell you what, it's put the cat amongst the pigeons. These other 3 crews fighting out for those 2 spots. I think they're going to mow down the Cathedral School if they're not careful here. This Somerset crew on the far side, just with their nose probably in front of the Rocky Grammar crew, then back to Shalom. Shalom had kicked the rate up earlier on. They've dropped it back down a little bit now. They might have spent a little bit too much energy in that push that has been held off by the 2 crews in front of them, just sitting, just connected onto the stern of those 2 boats. The Cathedral School crew over here in lane 10, though, they've lifted to the challenge of those crews on the far side to still hold that first spot. Brave row from the Shalom crew there, but I don't think they're going to catch the Rocky Grammar crew in that pink boat that we've seen for a while from the Rocky Brigade. So the Cathedral boys, though, they've been watching the crews and making sure they stay in that first spot. Cathedral across first, Somerset in second, Rocky Grammar in third, and the Brave Shalom crew just missing out in the 4th spot there. So heading right down to the 2K start for next race. So this will be the Championship Schoolgirls Quad Sculls. As we had a chat about with the schoolboys, these are a very quick boat. You need to be on it from the first stroke if you're going to do well in this one. From there, a couple of races to go till we have a bit of a break. Just having a chat to the regatta referee, it's a bit hard to squeeze up the break, allowing for crews in turnaround times for different events and things like that. We'll do our best to make up that half an hour delay from the fog this morning, but I wouldn't hold your breath. As you said, yeah, we'll try and get it done, but probably not. So I think we can safely say give yourself a half an hour delay all day. Is probably pretty close to where we will end up as we roll through it. The joys of an outdoor sport. They seem to have something to us. Yesterday we had the wind, this morning we had the fog. How does that work? I see John O'Vola set up over on the competitor headland there with the Wintec tent. So if you think your kids might go faster with the new single scull, they've got some pretty cool Cobra sculls over there, the Wintec Brigade. So certainly pop in and see Jono. Obviously, looking across the field here, a huge number of these school crews are rowing those Wintec boats. We've been around for many years now and are a stable part of the school programs. Good solid school level boats, but also producing those amazing elite boats there as well. So we're just waiting for some more crews to arrive up there at the start line. Got a little bit of a delay. Oh, that's sitting behind the, I see we're just looking at the live stream here now. They're actually sitting behind the start, trying to work out where they were. So just looking at the screen there now, directly opposite where the start line is, that was the master planning for the Olympic course finish line. Is directly into that that little natural amphitheatre, I guess, up there. So the headland or the grandstand, instead of like most rowing courses, rather than being parallel to the course, would actually look down the course, which would give you a lot better view of the racing rather than sitting there looking left like you do at Cirque and most of the rowing courses around the world. The headland there now that you can see if you're looking at the live stream or across the course, that was pretty much going to be the spectator area there. So you can imagine that hill full of spectator tents and things like that down through there, with the main rowing sheds and stuff down towards this end, towards where the gap across is there. The boat park would have been over the backside of the course, so you'd be launching out into that that second finger, or the east-west course as we call it. Come around behind 4X Island there onto the course, and the course, if you spun around, it would start down this end and head down to the other end from there. So an absolutely perfect natural rowing course. It was always this headland that we currently have was always a temporary solution to get rowing going on the dam until more funds became available. The killer of that one was always getting roads in and out and electricity in and out, things like that from there, which required a lot more funding than what Rowing Queensland had at the point of time when we built this course. So that was the master planning of the Olympics from there, but no, basically very little earthworks was required, and an absolutely amazing facility. When you have a look at like Eton Dorney over in the UK and those courses, they're very wooded, the boat areas. There's lots of trees around the boat parks rather than like at Cirque, which is just bitumen and grass. And it really does make a different experience when you've got your boats in shade and athletes in the shade and things like that from there. It would have been an absolutely perfect venue for it from there, but we will wait and see. We're still not sure whether it ends up here or not. But that was always the long-term plan for the venue here, was to move across to the other side, turn the course around, and then you've got that full kilometre of spectator headland running down through there as well. So all your schools could be lined up on there, a bit like in the Gambies and Cirque down there. So yeah, and I love the way when you row back past the spectators after the race. I think that's a fantastic way to finish off. You know, these ones now where you just duck around the corner like you do at Cirque, you sort of feel like you haven't really, celebrated the win, that's for sure. So yeah, as we said, Quongbar, Wyaralong here, Hinsdam is another option from there. But yeah, Rockhampton is the preferred venue at the moment for the Olympics. So we'll see how that goes. Okay, you've got a start finally in the schoolgirl quads. Running a little bit late there, but don't think we'll be catching up that time that we lost. So got 6 crews in this one, 5 through to the final. So basically don't want to be last. Simple as that. Heading across the course, they've got Rocky Grammar over the far side, Lindisfarne in lane 6 beside them, Somerville in 7, St Margaret's in lane 8, Trinity in lane 9, and Lewards Hill in lane number 10. I'm assuming Lewards Hill will be rowing that cool purple quad. Loving some of these new paint schemes that we're seeing on the boats now. The old traditional white sykes. Good to see we're getting some cool colours coming on down. We always see the Somerville green boats, of course, and the blue All Hallows boats and those yellow St Hilda's boats. So good to see some purple boats out there on the course, and I think it is that purple boat that is doing the best clear water over the rest of the field as they come through the first 250 with the Lindisfarne crew with open water back to them. So that's our top 5 if they hold. That's still got a long way to go though. 2Ks. So coming through the 1,000 metres there now. Sorry about that, just had a little flat battery on the amp there. But obviously racing continues even though the commentary hasn't. So that Lewis Hill purple crew still looking nice and strong, really backed it off. They're now just rowing beautifully. You can see that nice acceleration if you're looking at the live stream or even from the competitor and spectator headland there now. You can see that acceleration all the way through, staying connected to the foot plates, pushing the boat away. So there you go. We'll take that as a video of this is how to row a quad. Well and truly clear of the field there and doing it easy, just backing it off. 2K's a long way. It's getting pretty warm out there as well. The breeze was up a little bit, cooling things down, but it's sort of lightened off there now. Somerville through in the second spot there. Sorry, Trinity through in second spot, Somerville in third, and the Rocky Grammar crew on the far side. Top three is all it is. There we go. Rocky Grammar's kicking it up here. They want to have a bit of a challenge for that that all-important third spot. Better make sure that they don't get surprised there, Somerville crew. Coxon, keep an eye on that fast-finishing Rocky Grammar crew on the far side there. Yeah, they're lifted up now to finish it off from there. Nice rowing here with the Trinity and the Lewis Hill crew just cruising across. Somerville keeping an eye on that Rocky Grammar crew. They'll maintain that third spot and across the line. Okay, so heat number 2 all the way from the 2K. Got a couple of 2K races, then we get a break in the program for a while. As we said, can't really shorten these breaks down too much. Obviously, a lot of crews rowing a lot of races today. We need to leave gaps to enable crews to jump in and out of boats and move their way to the front. Looks like heat number 2 is about 1,000 metres or so down the course there now. St Patrick's from Townsville over in lane 6, Lewis Hill in 7, Trinity in 8, Auckland. So these guys have come across, they're an invitational crew. So this is a composite crew. So we've got a few different schools in this one. Invitational means they won't progress through, and Brisbane Girls Grammar in lane number 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So regatta referee, how does this one work with an invitational crew? Caroline's looking at me as bamboozled as me. I'm assuming the Auckland crew will probably be allowed to progress, so it'll be a don't come last again this one. So yeah, we'll leave that one up to Mr. Alexander and see how he goes. But we can see the Brisbane Girls Grammar and the Auckland crew having a good fight out in front here. So good to see our Kiwi cousins coming over, enjoying this. Be a bit warmer than the rowing on Lake Carapiro like they would have been doing recently. I know they have protocols over there. If you fall in, they've got to get them out at a certain time because the water's so cold. So I'm sure they'd be enjoying this in here. A huge thank you to all the schools and clubs that have supported these guys, provided them with boats and a great experience here in Australia. I think the more that we can share these resources between the two countries, the better things are. And as Chris was talking about yesterday, we've lost that Youth Cup opportunity between the Kiwis and the Aussies. So I think the more that we can go to each and race in each other's regattas, and certainly that Marty Cup regatta in New Zealand is one that a lot of the schools would be eyeing off. It is probably not as good, but it's one of the big ones, one of the big school regattas in the world. Like the Queensland School States is. But ding dong out here now, Girls Grammar and that Auckland crew. So they're our 1-2. We're assuming that they will go through even though they're an invitational crew. So it'll be basically don't come last in this one. Good to see they're pushing all the way to the line. These two, they're not giving it up. Those Girls Grammar crew especially, really kicking the rate up there now. Kiwis are over here. They want to make sure they have a race. Racing 34, so not into it too much, but just finishing off nice and strong there, still keeping the length there, that girls' grammar crew. They will be hard to beat, I reckon, when it comes to final time there. Good to see that Auckland crew pushing them all the way to the line. And across to the St Pat's crew on the far side, will come across in the third place. Lewards Hill and the Trinity 2 crew rounding out the field. So, yeah, not sure of the progressions on this one. We might need to just keep an eye online. I'm sure our illustrious regatta secretary, Mr. Bob Alexander, will fill us in on how that all works. All right. So joined in the commentary team here by a fellow Vikings rower, Mr. Mark Kendall. Mark, your young fellow Luca is coming up in the 8s, is that right?
Yeah, that's right, in the second heat there.
Yeah, so he's a St Peter's rower.
Yeah, he's been at it since from the get-go.
Oh, very good.
Year 8, all the way through.
Yeah, just had a chat to the regatta referee there about that invitational crew will wait and work out. So, Mark, where did you learn to row?
Oh, I was a latecomer.
Latecomer?
Mars, yeah, still learning, as you know. Yeah. Missed the whole schoolboys scene, but it looks magnificent here today.
Yeah, that's right.
I got to go over there at Oxford. It was awesome.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
It's not a bad spot to learn to row for sure.
Yeah.
So, yeah, rightio. The 8s have kicked off here in this first heat. So, this is the Championship Schoolboy 8s. So some of these boats are development boats, some of them are serious boats, as you can sort of see, I guess, with the field starting to stretch out there already. So Trinity, this is not Luca's crew, over in lane 4. Sorry, oh no, he's at St Peter's, isn't he? Sorry.
Next one. Yeah.
Next one. So Trinity over in lane 4, Townsville Grammar in 5, Brisbane State High in that new shiny red boat there in lane 6, Churchy in lane 7, Brisbane Grammar in 8, BBC in 9, and the second Brisbane Grammar crew in lane number 10. So State High, Brisbane Grammar and BBC there with clear water over the rest of the field and stretching those legs quite nicely. You've got the live stream on. You want to be looking at those clearance on the puddles where that stroke seats puddle is or blade is going in compared to the 2 seats puddle. You'll see the State High crew rating a little bit higher there, not quite getting the clearance. So we'll see if they've got enough gas to hold it all the way to the end. So looking to settle down through this bit, hitting the 1,000-metre mark there now. And this is the quarter of the race that hurts. So again, top 5 through. So 7 boats in it, so you don't want to come last or second last. I think our top 3 is settled. But 4, 5 and 6 is definitely open for the run from there. The Trinity, the Townsville and the second Brisbane Grammar crew. So State High sitting on about 38 strokes a minute there. The other two probably 2 points below them. So you can see the BBC there on the live stream there. That nice swing of the body, that hinging of the hips, and sending that acceleration back. And probably the Grammar crew, keep your eyes in the boat, lads. Doing a little bit better from there.
Nice sharp catches too, yeah.
Oh, there you go. You've been listening to the coach, have you? The joys of masters rowing is that generally can't get that catch position, a little bit inflexible, so tend to miss the water that these schoolboys easily get, that's for sure.
Very
so
slingy, yeah.
Regularly berated by our coach on the Brisbane River there as a masters rowers about get your catches in. So these boys showing us a really good example of it from there. And State High crew, they've kept the rating up all the way. So rowing that more sort of upright style, I guess you'd say, than the BBC and the Grammar crew that are really starting to swing back from there. But a good ding-dong here for that last 2 spots.
Murray, for people that don't know rowing, can you point out what the tell is for a sharp catch?
Yes, that's a good argument, that one there, about the backsplash or the not backsplash from there. So that seems to be the eternal argument from there. So some of them say it should be straight in. Some of them say you want a bit of a backsplash. So better coaches than me will tell you different stories from there. But it's State High across in first, Brisbane Grammar in second, BBC in third. This is the battle here for 4th and 5th. Trinity are holding down that 4th spot there now. Brisbane Grammar finishing strong. They may just poke over the top of the Townsville Grammar crew.
They got him.
Trinity. Oh yeah, I think the Grammar crew has just got Townsville on the line there. No Churchy crew in that race. We must have had a scratching that I missed on that one there as well. So good race. They'll be the ones through to the final. Yeah, the old catch argument. So yeah, you know, there was the story a few years back about you had to have backsplash, but the theory very much is now that, you know, that actually puts a short check on the boat, so they're looking for that correct just placement into the water, which allows that connection straight away rather than creating a hole in front of your oar there as well. So very, very technical sport, this one. So yeah, the coaches do amazing jobs to get it from there. It's a bit like, you know, golf. You can overthink it and make it very, very complicated. That's for all. Wow, look at those drone shots if you're joining us on the live stream. Beautiful up there at the start line. Little bit of a westerly or nor'wester starting to kick in here at the finish, but conditions absolutely perfect down at the start.
Beautiful.
Right, yeah, who we got in this one? So Churchy are in this one. By the looks of it, they didn't make that other one, or are they? So Cathedral in 6, Churchy in 5, Southport in 7, Grammar in 8, Auckland in 9, and St Peters in 10. So we've got 7 boats. I'm not too sure what's happened here, unless we've got the 2 Churchy crews in this one or something. 'Cause we should only have 6. Just had a chat to the regatta referee here, and the Churchy crew in lane 4 is very lucky to be starting this one. They were diddling around here on the corner and were late to the start, so the race went without them, but the umpires have decided to let them race in this one. So we've got an extra Churchy crew in this race, racing out of lane 4. So the ones that were supposed to be in lane 7 in the previous race are now in lane 4 in this race from here.
So how does that work? How many go through?
Good question.
We'll find out.
We'll find out. There may be a protest. We'll wait and see what the results are from there. So yeah. But I think that's the great thing about our sport, and with, you know, experienced regatta referees and things like that, is they, you know, look at how to make this fair and, you know, give everybody a go. The last thing you want is these boys that have come all this way out here and not get an opportunity to row. So a big thank you to our umpires and the regatta referee for allowing these boys to get in and have a crack as well from there. Rightio, we are underway. So we'll see what happens in the finish line, Mark, to see if there is going to be a protest or not. We'll see how these crews go from there. Right, we're underway. I think we have got the Auckland Composite has shot out of the lead there as well. Then the Southport School in lane 7, sitting probably half a boat length behind, and then just sitting on their stern is pretty much the rest of the field. That Churchy crew from the previous races dropped to the rear, so I don't think we're going to have any protests at this point in time. Righto, how's Luca going over here in this lane, mate?
Yeah, he's in the 7 seat. So they've got a little bit of work to do. Looks like their start wasn't as good as what they would have liked. But let's see how they go from here.
Have they done much racing in the 8?
They've done a bit, yeah. So Andy, their coach, has done a pretty good job with them. So yeah, they're a shed that's grown over the years. So there's, I would say, there's 3 boys from year 12 in the crew, 5 from year 11, and they've built the shed quite nicely over the years.
So they race in the Southern Queensland Conference, isn't it now?
They do.
Yeah,
they do. And yeah, they've got a good culture in the shed, and been building it out quite nicely.
Yeah, and at that event they do a lot of different racing, don't they? So they're in doubles and quads and all sorts of stuff in there, unlike your GPS BSRAs where you're really just in 8s or quads.
Oh, that's right. It's all happening. In Luca's case, it's got like 5 different events. So he's sculling, he's in 8s, he's in 4s, he's in quads. So it's good experience.
Yeah, and I think that's the great thing about our sport in the different schools around the state is that, you know, everything's different. You know, the regional schools, again, a lot of small boats racing up there and stuff as well in Townsville, Rocky Bundy, as well as the new, what was the old Gold Coast competition that's now gone into the Southern Conference regattas and things like that as well. So you know, lots of opportunities from there, and we often hear, you know, the arguments at these regattas about, oh, we should be allowed to do composite crews and all this sort of stuff from there. But as you've identified, the school needs to build the program themselves. These are school programs.
Yep.
So, you know, they need to get those other kids coming from there. Wow, these Kiwis are looking pretty sharp.
They sure are. They sure are.
So yeah, maybe we
How
should,
old are they?
Maybe we should have given them some old boats rather than our decent boats here.
No, they're looking good, aren't they?
They certainly are. So yeah, well and truly, it's clearing out from the field here. That is the Southport School sitting on their stern, though.
Oh, sorry. So this is...
Yeah, Auckland there in front. Then back to Southport, and then the Cathedral School sitting on their stern as well. So they're our top 3. Probably Cathedral and St Peter's battling out for that 4th spot. 5 will go through, so they've got clear water over the field as they go. Mate, you'd be happy to look at that on the live stream here, this Auckland boat. Look at that outside elbow coming right past the body. We've got an 84-year-old coach that constantly bangs on about chicken wings.
Yeah,
so
that's where you can see it.
So you're looking at that nice rotation from this crew if you're watching on the live stream here, that all continuing all the way into the body, and that feet staying pressed onto the foot stretches all the way, enabling that boat to run. And look at that huge clearance between the 7-seat catch for the bowman's puddle. They're probably a metre further than some of the crews behind him. So really showing how it's done, these guys from there.
And what do you reckon they're rating, Mark? We'll have a look at that. So they're in that middle zone of the race now, aren't they? So that area we call Siberia, where they're in pain. A long way from the start, a long way from the finish. So this is where the concentration really kicks in,
Yeah, only rating 34, so yeah, putting along there now. Don't have to kick it up too much. Most of the crews just seem to be doing that longer stroke there rather than really sort of hammering it in. Obviously, once we get to the final, it's a bit of a different story with that one. And St Peter's crew still just sitting ahead of the crews behind him there, so they'll need to watch it, as you said, through that hard 3rd quarter of the rowing club boat there. They've the Auckland guys have borrowed there. A big thanks to Gus down there for lending these guys some boats.
And this is the stage of the race where all the fitness training really kicks in, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah, it really shows.
That's why they race masters over 1,000 metres, mate, because there is not a lot of fitness training going on there. So yeah, wow. They certainly have cleared out this Auckland crew. So
they do look good.
Yeah, they certainly do. So it'll be interesting to see them when they start to get into the 4s in the smaller boats, the pairs and stuff as well, to see how they go with the crews from there. TSS cruising along. I don't know whether they're bothering challenging at this stage. Maybe a different story when we get into the final. We'll see how they go from there, but just keen to qualify. As we said, some of these crews aren't their top boats. Some of them are development boats at this regatta. Our boys haven't really started, the GPS boys haven't really started into their serious training yet. But I tell you what, I think Luca and the St. Peter's boys have kicked on there to hold those other crews at bay through that hard 250, 500 metres there. So the Auckland crew really backed it off now, rating about 20. They're rolling through to the line, looking good. TSS easily in second place there. St. Peter's will be through with the Cathedral School on the other side there.
And Murray, you want to tell them about the yellow boat there that TSS are in? You want to talk about that? The Unpackers,
The Unpackers, that's right. Got to have one of them now.
Yeah.
That seemed to be the flavour of the month. So that's TSS across there. Cathedral, St. Peter's
coming through strong.
In fourth place. Good battle here between the Grammar and the Churchy crew.
So that's Churchy's first and second there, Murray?
That's I think it's a development boat by the look of that. So, coming through. Churchy will take out that fifth spot there through to the final, and that second Churchy boat from the previous race will bring it up. So I don't think we'll have any protests or anything based on that one. Yes, rowing boats, holy durly. We certainly love spending money in our sport. I think I was watching the Terrace trailer the other day. I think there was 8 Packers on that. So what's that, about $1 million worth of boats rattling around on these things. So you wonder the difference that it makes. There hasn't been that big a change in boat speeds from when we were racing old wooden boats.
So for those of you who haven't really across rowing, the tell is if it's a yellow boat, it's almost guaranteed to be an Packer, yeah? Yeah.
Sorry, just trying to work out some times and things from there. So lots of different choices. We've seen certainly Filippi come over as well. Perfect balance rowing in Australia here, sort of leasing arrangements and things as well. Boats. So
it's good.
So good to see the 8s. Rightio, we're going to have a little bit of a breather now. So duck up to the Lewards Hill tent or over to Ants. Grab yourselves a burger, some refreshments, and we'll be back at about 12:25 for the next race. So we'll probably pop down about 5 minutes early from there. Catch you then.